Kalach Pitchei Chokhmah. 138 Openings of Wisdom. Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. Translated by Rabbi Avraham Greenbaum. Chapter 51. States of the first three Sephirot of Nekudim. The root of the creations is in the 7 lower Sephirot, while the first 3 only direct them. When the vessels broke, the first 3 Sephirot did not break, but were flawed through their connection with the lower 7. The root of the created worlds and beings lies only in the 7 lower Sephirot, which are the 7 days of creation, while the first 3 Sephirot are only crowns over the lower 7 to direct and repair them. Accordingly, damage is not applicable to the 3 first Sephirot in their intrinsic essence, since they are above the level affected by men's deeds. Thus, sins do not damage them, but rather they drive them away. Accordingly, the first 3 Sephirot endured. Nevertheless, even in their case, what exists in them to serve the needs of the lower 7 was not repaired. For if it had been repaired, all of the 7 lower Sephirot would also have been rectified. Accordingly, even in the first 3 Sephirot, those aspects that relate to the 7 lower Sephirot became flawed. This prevented the proper spread of their power to repair the 7 lower Sephirot. For if it were constantly spreading, there would be no damage in the world. On the basis of our overall conspectus of the breaking of the vessels, which took place for the sake of the governmental order, we will now explain the process in detail. The proposition consists of 2 parts. Part 1, the root of the created. This explains what was already rectified in these Sephirot. Part 2, nevertheless, even in their case. This explains what still remained unrectified. Part 1, the root of the created worlds and beings lies only in the 7 lower Sephirot. This is something accepted by all the Kabbalistic sages who called these the 7 Sephirot of building, binyan, or the constructive Sephirot. And thus it says, the world is built on kindness. Chest, Psalms 89:3. Chest being the first in the building, which are the 7 days of creation. This is clear proof, for everything that was created is surely included in these 7 days alone. Even according to the self-evident, simple meaning of the Bible, if everything came about in these 7 days, it means that these 7 days are sufficient to serve as the root. All the more so when we already know that Kabbalistically, the 7 days constitute the actual rule of the 7 Sephirot, in that each one functions according to its power on that day. Since everything came forth in the 7 days of creation, it must certainly be the case that everything came out of these Sephirot. While the first 3 Sephirot are only crowns over the lower 7, everything that stands outside a thing's essential being, in the sense that the thing's essential being is complete without it, can only be an extra crown adorning it, but not an integral part of it. So it is in the case of the first 3 Sephirot, which are not the actual root of what goes on in this world, but rather they are crowns over that root. This is properly so, because everything that happens in the world must certainly have a root of its own just to keep it in existence. It is not the basic existence of things in this world, but rather their status that has to change depending on men's deeds. Accordingly, 2 roots are needed here. A root for the unchanging existence of things and a root for their changing status. This is the reason for the institution of the 7 lower and 3 upper Sephirot. The 7 lower Sephirot are the root of the created realms and beings in their essential existence, which is unchanging. And it is the 7 lower Sephirot that produce the different aspects of the creation. From Chest, there is a constant flow of water, and from Gevura, fire, while Yesod is always the source of the structure. From Chesed comes wisdom, from Gevura wealth, from Tiferet life, and so on. However, any increase or decrease in degree or status in all these aspects depends upon the 3 first Sephirot. When they shine strongly in the 7 lower Sephirot, the latter will bring forth superior offspring in a state of greater repair. But if they shine in only a limited way, the offspring of the 7 lower Sephirot will be lowly and lacking in repair. Thus, the 7 lower Sephirot are the root of the created realms and beings, while the 3 first Sephirot are crowns over them. To direct them, I have explained elsewhere how the 7 lower Sephirot are governed in all aspects through the first 3 Sephirot. If so, the first 3 also contain kindness, judgment, and mercy, in order to complete the governmental order and allow each part to rule as needed, and thus the upper 3 Sephirot correspond to kindness, judgment, and mercy. And repair them, for when they shine over the 7 lower Sephirot, this immediately brings them to a greater state of repair and gives them greater status purely by virtue of the fact that they come under their influence. However, if the 3 upper Sephirot leave, the many flaws rooted in the intrinsic nature of the lower 7 function by default. But when they are under the influence of the upper 3, their intrinsic flaws become inoperative. Accordingly, damage is not applicable to the 3 first Sephirot in their intrinsic essence, for man's deeds have no influence, for better or for worse, except on those levels in which he is rooted. Any flaw reaches only the 7 lower Sephirot, since they are above the level affected by men's deeds. For men's deeds affect only the various aspects of the world made to serve his needs and all their roots. Thus, sins do not damage them. This is entirely consistent with their purpose. We have already explained that they are crowns over the governmental order, which send their influence over the 7 lower Sephirot and bring about their repair. Thus, they contain aspects to which men's deeds are relevant and aspects to which they are not. Men's deeds have no bearing on their intrinsic existence, whereas the spread of their influence is subject to men's deeds inasmuch as this reaches the 7 lower Sephirot and affects their repair. Thus, sins cannot damage them or cause darkness in them in the same way as they can in the case of the lower 7, where they cause deficiencies when the influence of the upper 3 is lacking, leaving darkness in its place. But rather, they drive them away. This is a flaw in the lower 7, and this is the darkness mentioned above, which develops in the 7 lower Sephirot when the flow of blessing is lacking. Accordingly, the 3 first Sephirot endured, for since destruction is not applicable in their case, it was therefore unnecessary for any breakage to occur in them, for the only purpose of the breaking of the vessels was to make a place for destruction, and here destruction is of no relevance. Part 2. Nevertheless, even in their case, what exists in them to serve the needs of the lower 7 was not repaired, for each thing has its own repairs and arrangements to ensure that they function properly. Thus, the spread of influence from the upper 3 Sephirot to the lower 7 requires arrangements to enable it to emerge in the proper way, neither less nor more than necessary. This is the aspect that was not repaired in the upper 3 Sephirot. For if it had been repaired, all of the 7 lower Sephirot would also have been rectified. We are discussing the aspect whereby the 3 upper Sephirot rectify the lower 7. This is what we say was lacking in them. Obviously, if it had been present, that is, if they had been able to repair the lower 7, the latter would have been repaired, whereas it was necessary that the 7 lower Sephirot should not be repaired by the first 3, since the breaking of the vessels was a necessity. If so, it must be that the repair of the 7 lower Sephirot depends on the first 3, that is, among their various aspects, is the aspect whereby they repair them. And it is this aspect of being able to rectify the 7 lower Sephirot that was lacking from the first 3. Accordingly, even in the first 3 Sephirot, those aspects that relate to the 7 lower Sephirot became flawed. These aspects are their back parts, Akoraim, which are those that relate to the 7 lower Sephirot. These are their Netzach Hod Yesod, which pass the influence of the higher level to the lower. This also applies to the back parts of Netzach Hod Yesod of Keter, which channel kindnesses and severities to Abba and Imma, as explained elsewhere. This prevented the proper spread. We have already said that the breaking of the vessels was the root of all the damage. And since it was necessary for the Sefirot to be made in such a way that they could be flawed, that is, darkened, they were made to fragment, which was the preparation for this flaw. Likewise, the breakup of the back parts of Abba and Ima was a preparation for the state of damage. However, there can be no damage in Abba and Ima themselves. Rather, the damage is in the same aspect in which the breaking of the vessels took place, that is, that which relates to the 7 lower Sefirot. Accordingly, the damage is in what relates to the 7 lower Sefirot, that is, that the power of Abba and Ima does not continually spread into the 7 lower Sefirot in order to repair them. Of their power to repair the 7 lower Sefirot. In any event, some power must emerge from the upper 3 Sefirot to the lower 7. The flaw was that the power could not flow properly, but was highly reduced. This is the mystery of the mentality of immaturity, mochin dekatnut, as will be explained in the appropriate place. For if it were constantly spreading, there would be no damage in the world. Thus, the reason is similar to the reason we stated above. They lacked what relates to the 7 lower Sefirot, because it was necessary for the breaking of the vessels to occur in the 7 lower Sefirot. And this itself is the reason for the necessary flaw in the first 3, so that there could be a flaw in the 7 lower Sefirot. For without it, there would have been no flaw in them. Chapter 52. The intrinsic essence of Zeir Anpin of the primordial kings is stern judgment, divisiveness, and limitation, out of which comes the other side. Zeir Anpin is rectified and sweetened by Ima through the arousal of the Nukva. The root of Zeir Anpin's essential nature lies in Ima's stern judgments, her 5 mighty powers. In accordance with this essential nature, each light stands by itself and does not join with any other. This is because the nature of judgment is not to display brotherly love. Rather, all is dejection and angry faces. However, Ima overcomes this with her sweetening power. As the stern judgment subsides, so the dejection passes, and brotherly love reigns. It is for this purpose that Ima enters into Zeir Anpin and makes brotherly love reign among his Sefirot. This is done through Malkut, for Malkut was instituted as the container vessel for all of them, so that instead of each light shining separately, they are all directed to one single place. A connection then develops between them, and they all turn to Malkut as the hind of love, Proverbs 5:19, and they themselves join with one another. The more they turn to her, the stronger the bond of brotherly love between them, and this brings great joy. This is what was lacking in the primordial kings, for the 6 directions were not turned towards Malkut, and therefore did not escape the sadness and angry faces, and Ima still allowed them to remain that way. Accordingly, the first 3 Sefirot of Zeir Anpin were missing, for these result from Ima's entry into and repair of Zeir Anpin. The others were then termed the domain of the many, Rishot Harabim, the public domain, and this was the state from which the other side emerged, which is why its nature and function are only to cause separation. Having discussed the 3 first Sefirot, we must now discuss the lower 7. The proposition consists of 2 parts. Part 1, the root of Zeir Anpin's essential nature. This introduces the idea of how the Sefirot connect and bond together. Part 2, this is what was lacking. This explains how this applies in the case of the primordial kings. Part 1, the root of Zeir Anpin's essential nature lies in Ima's stern judgments, dinim. The function of Zeir Anpin is to govern according to strict judgment, as brought out by the comment in the Zohar on the verse, Hashem, He is God, 1 Kings 18:39. Hashem, YKVK. Kindness applies to Atik, Arich Anpin. God, Elokim. Judgment applies to Zeir Anpin, Zohar, Idra, Rabbah, Naso 138b. For Arich Anpin is the rule of Chesed and every aspect of mitigation, mitigating all the stern judgments wherever they may be. But the function of Zeir Anpin is the opposite. Its root lies in stern judgment, except that the powers of mitigation hold sway over it. However, these powers of mitigation can depart from Zeir Anpin, leaving the stern judgment in its full force, which can cause total devastation. This is not so in the case of Arich Anpin, which is intrinsically inclined to kindness and does not require mitigation by others, with the result that it is always on the side of kindness. Now the root of the stern judgments lies above, but it is not clearly discernible there because kindness holds sway above. However, when it reaches Yesod of Ima, it comes to a level where it can be revealed, producing there the 5 mighty powers, Gevurot, according to the mystery whereby stern judgments are stirred up through her. That is, through Ima, Zohar, Vayikra 65a. The wording is precise. The stern judgments are stirred up through her. For Ima is not intrinsically an aspect of judgment, yet the attribute of judgment derives from Ima. Thus, the 5 mighty powers in Yesod of Ima already enter the category of revealed judgment, and from there stems the root of Zeir Anpin, which constitutes the governmental order of justice, Mishpat, as will be discussed below. Its essence is first and foremost strict judgment, but at certain times the power of mitigation gains strength and holds sway over it. This is the underlying secret of the saying of the sages that everything came from the earth, Afar, including even the sphere of the sun, Zohar, Tzav 34b. The sun is an allusion to Zeir Anpin, while the earth refers to the 5 mighty powers which had already reached this level in Yesod of Ima, of being actual powers of severity. Out of this was built Zeir Anpin, whose essence is mighty powers and stern judgment, over which the power of mitigation holds sway only afterwards. Her 5 mighty powers, the powers revealed in Yesod of Ima, are already recognizable as having the aspect of severity, and accordingly, it is from there that Zeir Anpin receives its root. In accordance with this essential nature, each light stands by itself and does not join with any other. For the nature of Zeir Anpin can be compared to a dejected soul whose inner powers stand quiescent, without arousal or excitement, making the face show only dejection. However, when these soul powers are aroused and excited, the face shows laughter and happiness. These innate soul powers exist in the soul all the time. But when each power stands separately without flashing in excited interaction with the others, this is the state of dejection. This is because the nature of judgment is not to display brotherly love. Rather, all is dejection and angry faces. For the nature of kindness is that of the welcoming right arm, and when love reigns, the creations themselves all behave to one another in a brotherly manner, showing each other smiling faces. But the state of stern judgment is one of hatred and rejection. The faces show anger, and everything is heavy with depression. We have here 2 things that are bound up with one another, the plane of the roots, the Sephirot, and that of the creations. For kindness begets love, and through it the soul radiates with joy, showing a smiling face. Judgment, on the other hand, begets hatred and rejection. The soul is dejected and does not radiate, while the face shows anger. Accordingly, on the plane of the roots, when the Sephirot are levels of stern judgment that push the creatures away without allowing them to become attached to them, those very levels themselves stand in a corresponding state of dejection, lacking joy and excitement. However, when they are levels of kindness that bring love to the lower creations, there is a corresponding increase of joy and excitement in those very levels. Moreover, as you have already heard, the Sephirot are the measures of all that exists, and the Supreme Mind calculated the state in which the creations should exist in their time of disrepair, when each is separated from the other through hatred and dejection. The state of disrepair below is thus bound up with the state of disrepair above, because you have already heard how aspects that lie at the root of the creations are actually visible in those creations themselves. Thus, the separation and alienation seen in their root aspects, that is, on the level of the nekudim, correlate to the separation and alienation actually manifested among the created beings. Thus, when they are separated from one another, it is an indication of division and separation among their roots. However, Ima overcomes this with her sweetening power. This is the underlying mystery of how Ima completes Zeir Anpin, becoming bone of his bones and flesh of his flesh. Genesis 2:23. For Zeir Anpin is intrinsically on the side of stern judgment, while Ima gives him a share of the power of mitigation that is in her intrinsic nature. To the extent that Ima increases this sweetening influence, so the severity of Zeir Anpin is mitigated. And this is the key to the concept of the different mentalities. Mochin of Zeir Anpin in immaturity, katnut, smallness, and maturity, gadlut, greatness. In the stage of immaturity, only the external aspect of this function of Ima is given to Zeir Anpin, causing minimal mitigation. However, as Zeir Anpin attains greater mental levels, the severity of the judgment becomes increasingly mitigated until it becomes completely sweetened. The principle of stern judgment is that its intention is to do justice and chasten the wicked. However, to the extent that it is mitigated, it does not carry out evil, and when it is completely sweetened, it actually does good. At the same time, he remains the king of justice, for the innermost heart of Zeir Anpin is to execute stern judgment, except that the power of mitigation gains sway over this, causing the severity to sink down. As the stern judgment subsides, so the dejection passes and brotherly love reigns. The power of stern judgment does not pass entirely, but only subsides on account of the power of mitigation that holds sway over it. However, there is no change in the essential nature of Zeir Anpin. It is only the pain and sorrow that pass, for this is what results when stern judgment holds sway. It is for this purpose that Ima enters into Zeir Anpin. That is, as mentioned above, Ima becomes bone of his bones through giving him her Netzach Hod Yesod, and makes brotherly love reign among his Sefirot. This is the bond in which Ima binds together the different parts of Zeir Anpin with flashing excitement and joy. This is done through Malkut. The underlying principle here is that whoever remains without a wife remains without joy. Yevamot 62b. This is also the mystery of Shabbat. The greatness of the Shekhinah, the female aspect, lies in bringing completion to the male. The underlying principle is that Imma does not rest upon Zeir Anpin except when the Nukva is with him, as is clear from many passages in the Zohar and Tikkuni Zohar. This is explained by the fact that the Nukva is the root of the recipients, and when the lights wish to shine blessing on their recipients, everything is full of joy and radiant excitement. God will rejoice in his works. Psalms 104:31. However, this depends on the deeds of those in the lower realms. When the lower realms are ready, it means that the Nukva, which is their root, is prepared and ready to be filled, becoming a receiving vessel. The lights then flash with great power and joy, and all the gates are opened. Tzaddik, the active influence, is then blessed from Ima above and becomes filled with all good. However, if the lower realms are not prepared, God forbid, it means that their root, the Nukva, is not ready to receive. Of this it is said, it grieved him in his heart. Genesis 6:6. All the lights are then occluded, and this is the mystery of the waters are gone from the sea, Nukva and the river, Zeir Anpin, is parched and dried up. Job 14:11, as explained in various places. Thus it is Ima who governs Zeir Anpin that brings all this about. When Ima sees that the Nukva is ready for Zeir Anpin, Ima becomes aroused and directs Zeir Anpin using her mitigating influences, causing shining faces and joy everywhere. Blessing and sustenance then flow with abundant joy in the mystery of coupling and union, zivug, as will be explained in its appropriate place with the help of heaven. For Malkut was instituted as the container vessel for all of them. This is what brings about the connection and joining both above and below. Above, on the level of Zeir Anpin, all the lights are focused on one place, and the intention in everything is to benefit the creatures of the lower realms and fill them at their roots. The entire will is focused on this, and then everything goes towards this in one flash of excitement. All the different kinds of thoughts and strategies are directed to this one end with the radiant excitement of love. Consider this mystery as we see it here below. When all the souls are able to attach themselves to the Shekhinah, divine presence, each one then shows love to the other, and Israel are called one nation on earth. 1 Chronicles 17:21 and elsewhere. For they literally become brothers and friends who are all running towards a single goal. However, when this is not the case, but instead each is intent only on his own one-sided gain, there can be nothing but hatred. However, such a bond can exist only at a time of great repair, such as at the time of the giving of the Torah at Sinai, of which it is written, Israel encamped there facing the mountain, Exodus 19:2. The singular form of encamped indicates their unity at that time, and it will be the same in the future. So that instead of each light shining separately by itself, they are all directed to one single place. It has already been instituted as a law that all the influences come through Malkut. Accordingly, when Malkut is aroused, this connection is aroused as a matter of course. Now the mystery of Malkut is that of the assembly of Israel, Knesset Israel. That is, everything goes only to this one place, and she arouses the actual love of the Supreme Mind in every aspect, for the higher powers are directed to her alone. Accordingly, as soon as she is ready to receive all the lights, because of the love between the Holy One, blessed be He, and the assembly of Israel, become aroused and directed continually towards her, which automatically creates a bond of connection and mutual excitement between them. It is like a man who has tremendous love for his son or his wife, and all his thoughts are only to benefit them. When they approach him, his soul takes fire with all its powers, and he gives his son or wife his exclusive attention. A connection then develops between them. As already explained, when the nukva is ready, the connection is aroused as a matter of course, and they all turn to Malkut. Thus the sages commented on the verse, "And I will turn to you," Leviticus 26:9. I turn aside from all my other business, Sifra. This means that all the supreme thoughts are directed only to Israel, which is the main essence, and therefore all the lights turn to shine to the Shekhinah, and they leave everything else aside for this. As the hind of love, Proverbs 5:19. This is a term of affection for the nukva, indicating that when she is ready, love is aroused towards her, and they themselves join with one another. This is the mystery of the mutual flashing that I have mentioned. The greater the joy, the more the soul radiates with all its powers. And likewise, the supreme lights all become merged in a single bond for the sake of the Shekhinah. The more they turn to her, the stronger the bond of brotherly love between them, and this brings great joy. After the first stirrings of arousal, the excitement becomes continually more intense because the attachment of the receiver becomes ever stronger, as does the attachment of the active influence, Zeir Anpin, while Imma, in turn, increases her various influences. We already know from our own feelings and experiences that this is the nature of the interaction. Part 2. This is what was lacking in the primordial kings. As we have already stated, initially, they were not made in their state of repair. And this is what was lacking, for evil as such did not yet exist, but only the initial state of Zeir Anpin in the aspect of strict judgment. Indeed, the Supreme Mind wanted to measure and display the functioning of strict judgment in all its intrinsic severity, not as it appears when sweetened. Only afterwards was it to be revealed how it is mitigated, in order to display the functioning of the power of mitigation. For the entire supreme intention was to conceal the perfection in order to display the deficiencies and then show their repair and how it comes about. It was therefore necessary for each aspect to appear individually. Afterwards, the government of the world follows the same path so as to serve as the root to reveal this knowledge through the creations themselves with their unique form and qualities, and through the order of government to which they are subject. For the 6 directions were not turned towards Malkut. This shows the essential nature of the entire creation, how everything is directed only towards those in the lower world, specifically Israel, in the mystery of the assembly of Israel. This is the meaning of the verse. God will rejoice in his works. Psalms 104:31. The arousal and flashing of the lights depend entirely on the creations in the lower world. Here the purpose of man's service is clearly evident, because here we see the link between the lights and the assembly of Israel. As long as the latter was not in a state of repair or readiness for the supernal lights, all the gates were closed. When she is ready, they are immediately opened. The stronger the attachment of the lights to her, the wider open the gates become. The key to all this is the supreme Ima Ilah, who closes or opens the gates according to how ready the Nukva is for Zeir Anpin. We thus see how when the Nukva was not prepared for the 6 directions, everything went to ruin and the vessels broke, and therefore did not escape the sadness and angry faces. Strict judgment stood in its full force. Here we can see clearly how man's service brings about repair. Since the only purpose of strict judgment is to withhold his influence from the lower creations during the time when they are not prepared, there is no other remedy except that the lower creations should be ready, and then he will send blessing. Accordingly, as long as the Nukva is not prepared, sadness reigns, and this is what prevents the lights from shining, since they do not reveal their goodness at all, unless there is a vessel ready to receive them. We thus see that the first thing rooted in Zeir Anpin is stern judgment in its sad aspect, as stated above, except that the mitigation comes and removes it. Accordingly, prior to the arrival of the power of mitigation, stern judgment stands in all its sadness. The effects of this state are what the Supreme Mind wanted to reveal first, and Ima still allowed them to remain that way. It is clear from what we have already explained that the intention was to show what develops out of judgment unless it is mitigated. Accordingly, the first 3 Sephirot of Zeir Anpin were missing. For the first 3 Sephirot were not revealed in Zeir Anpin in order to show what develops out of strict judgment if it is entirely alone without Ima's mitigating influence. For in the later phases after the breaking of the vessels, this is something that no longer existed, that is, Zeir Anpin is not found without the mitigating power of Ima, because even in the immature state, Katnut, Zeir Anpin still retains certain mental powers, Mochin. Thus, the state of breakage was worse than the state of immaturity, for when the vessels were broken, the influence of Ima was not present at all, and as a result, there was literal destruction, formlessness, and void. Genesis 1:2. Likewise, the flood, which caused literal destruction, also resulted from a rearousal of the breaking of the vessels, except that there was a certain difference. For in the flood, the breakage was not absolute, since there was an aspect of Ima that remained, the ark. For this reason, the earth was not completely destroyed, but only to the depth of the plow, though I will not elaborate on this now. It is sufficient for you to understand that the state of breakage causes literal destruction, while the state of immaturity does not cause so much damage, but results rather in exile. Of this it says, I saw the land and behold, formlessness and void. Jeremiah 4:23. Nevertheless, this is not formlessness and void in the literal sense, because the world did not return to actual formlessness and devastation. For these result from Ima's entry into and repair of Zeir Anpin. As I wrote above, Ima became bone of his bones. For the intrinsic essence of Zeir Anpin is only strict judgment, the 6 directions, while the mental powers, Mochin, are the mitigation, Ima. The others were then termed the domain of the many, Rishut Harabim, the public domain. This is the name given to them by the sages of the Kabbalah, and it applies when they were arranged one under the other. For proper government must be based on the consensus of all the Sephirot, as will be discussed later, and they need to stand facing one another, with the center column joining them together. This way, the effect is produced with the agreement of all the different levels, and this is termed the domain of unity, Rishut Hayakid, the private domain. However, at first they were not given this repair, but each one was a separate matter, as if each one had to send its influence on its own, that is, not through Malkut. Each one sent forth its own separate influence, and this is something that causes excess in the separate creations, excessive separation and dissension. In this state, there is no interrelationship between the different Sephirot, except in terms of the developmental sequence, whereby Gevura emerges from Chesed, Tiferet from Gevura, and so on. However, they were not interconnected in a single governmental order in which everything stood together. It was like one person who has many thoughts but does not go the full way in considering the connection between his various thoughts in order to produce a perfect result. Instead, he dwells on one thought all by itself, then on another. But he does not weigh them against each other, so as to bring everything together as a single whole. What emerges is in a state of complete disunity, with no interconnection between the different kinds. By understanding this, we can also understand the nature of the other side, as it goes on to say. The D promises, and the truth is that this is not the mode of blessing and sustenance, and accordingly, when they were in this state, they were unable to exert any influence. And this was the state from which the other side emerged. As I have already explained, at first, all the different aspects of the governmental order were calculated individually, until the entire process could be seen before us like a set table, from the concealment of the perfection until its return to be revealed again, so as to understand thereby how evil reverts to good through the mystery of the unity, as stated above. Afterwards, each individual calculation by itself gave rise to one corresponding offspring among the separate creations. Thus, different entities and contingencies emerge in the separate realms as manifestations of different aspects of the overall process. The nature of the different creations depends on the nature of their root, and they function according to that nature, to the extent to which they are permitted in accordance with the overall direction of the complete governmental order, since the governmental order is the source of the separate creations, which is why its nature and function are only to cause separation. This is its whole purpose, to withhold the influence of the active source of influence from the recipients, to thwart the supernal lights, both in general and in particular, in order to close off their light. This is the way it was during the time when the judgment was unmitigated, and this restricted the flow of influence, as explained above. For it cannot be said that there is a flow of influence in a state of separation, for this is impossible, but rather, if there is a state of separation, the influence is withheld. Chapter 53. The order of the repair. All that was damaged at the time of the breakage had to be progressively repaired little by little. This includes both the descent of the hind parts of Abba and Ima and the breaking of the other Sephirot, because everything that was lacking during that time started to be replenished during the time of the repair. And everything will eventually be fully complete in the perfect repair that will come about in time to come. Having explained the main details of the breaking of the vessels, we must now explain how the course of the repair was influenced accordingly. This proposition is made up of two parts. Part 1, all that was damaged. This introduces the subject of the repair of the breaking of the vessels. Part 2, this includes. This explains the course of the repair. Part 1, all that was damaged at the time of the breakage. For the whole intention was to show what happens when strict judgment is unmitigated, in order to show afterwards how its sweetening rectifies everything. Since the total damage caused by the breakage constitutes everything that can happen when strict judgment is not mitigated, the power of mitigation, the repair, had accordingly to be displayed through the repair of all this damage, had to be progressively repaired, little by little. Here again, we have the principle of gradation. For the Supreme Will did not want complete perfection to be revealed all at once, but rather little by little. This is what provides a place for men to acquire merit. Part 2. This includes both the descent of the hind parts of Abba and Imma and the breaking of the other Sephirot. For the breaking of the 7 lower Sephirot is a deficiency in the roots of the separate creations, while the descent of the hind parts of Abba and Imma is a deficiency in that which repairs those roots. Together, they make up the totality of all the damage, and both must be rectified. Both were repaired together, for the repair comes at one and the same time. As one was repaired, so was the other. For if the 3 first Sephirot continually repair the 7 lower ones, it follows as a matter of course that the latter are constantly reaching better states of repair. Conversely, if the 7 lower Sephirot are constantly reaching better states of repair, this signifies that there is no deficiency in the radiation of the first 3 Sephirot which bring about their repair. Because everything that was lacking during that time, all the individual repairs that had to be brought about were lacking owing to the damage caused by the breaking of the vessels, and they include many particulars, started to be replenished during the time of the repair. As explained earlier, the Supreme Mind brought about a certain degree of repair through the power of God, and afterwards left the rest to be done, little by man. And everything will eventually be fully complete in the perfect repair that will come about in time to come. Chapter 54. The 288 Sparks. What happened to the vessels when they were broken? The difference between the breaking and the repair. During the time when the vessels were broken, the power of government was taken from them. They also did not stand arranged in a complete form. Rather, they were various kinds of incomplete powers that were unfitted to carry out any function. And their source maintained them in this state until a new radiation came that was to complete them and give them form and function. Having explained what happened when the vessels broke, we must now explain what happened thereafter. The proposition consists of 2 parts. Part 1. During the time when the vessels were broken. This explains in general terms what happened to the vessels during the time when they were broken. Part 2. And their source. This explains the difference between the breaking and the repair. Part 1. During the time when the vessels were broken, the power of government was taken from them. The concept of being broken applies to things that are unfit to carry out their function. This has 2 meanings that are both really one. For as you have already heard, the Sephirot are the underlying measures of all that exists, that is, of the separate realms and beings, and the Sephirot themselves are also the laws of government. In other words, it is the separate creations that are subject to the governmental order, while the Sephirot are the laws of the governmental order itself. Thus, when one part holds sway over the creations, it results in one type of government, and when a different part holds sway, the result is a different type of government. Thus, when the Supreme Mind made the calculation of how the creations would exist in an unrectified state, when strict judgment is unmitigated, the consequence was quite evident. Only defects could exist in these creations. The creations themselves were damaged. The creations then appeared as if they had lost their ability to carry out their good function, and only their bad parts ruled over them, causing damage to their intrinsic form. Corresponding to this state of destruction on the level of the creations, what we see above on the level of the Sephirot in their broken state is faulty laws of government that are unable to accomplish anything. This is the destruction and ruin explained earlier, which did not allow the good laws to operate, with corresponding effects on the creations. They also did not stand arranged in a complete form. Breaking means two things. It means that the vessel is unfit to carry out its work. The Sephirah does not have the power to govern, and also that its form or structure is imperfect. The one results from the other. It is because of the imperfection in its form that it is unfit for its work. Sometimes, a thing can break in such a way that it retains a form fit for some other work. However, when the breakage is very great, it is left in no form for any kind of work. The breaking of the vessels was a breakage that left no form whatever, in the sense that the broken vessels were the measure of the creations when in a state of existence lacking all repair. In their broken state, the vessels themselves are governmental laws that are unable to execute any creative function, Pula Shel Havaya. Rather, they were various kinds of incomplete powers that were unfitted to carry out any function. It is not that the creative powers and laws, Havayot Vechukim, ceased to exist. They existed, but they could not function in any way at all because of the great damage and destruction which they could not escape. Thus, they existed, but they lacked what they needed in order to be able to function. Part 2. And their source maintained them in this state. For they did not cease to exist, which means that their source, the lights, were in existence, and the source maintained them in existence, except that it kept them in existence in a state of disrepair. And they were not repaired until the arrival of a new radiation, as it goes on to say. Until a new radiation came. For this was only one state, as discussed earlier in connection with the mystery of the scattered sparks, which kept the broken vessels in existence. Afterwards, the Supreme Will wanted to complete and perfect the form of man in all its aspects. It was then that a new radiation came to complete them, this being the name of Ma, as will be discussed later. That was to complete them, through giving them proper existence. This is the mystery of the selection and purification, whereby the name Maha sifted out and gathered to itself parts of Ban, as will be discussed later, and give them form and function. This is their state of existence as the Partsufim, which were made afterwards through the mystery of rectification, as will be discussed below. Chapter 55. AV is Arich Anpin, the root of AV, Sag, Mahe, and Ban, Abba and Ima, Zer and Nukva. When two or more names reach the same numerical total through different pathways, it is understood that this is a single essential root with which each one must be joined. Each follows its own pathway, but at the end of its winding and turning, that is where it reaches. And this is the mystery of the name of AV, which equals 72, which is contained in the four names of AV, Sag, Mash, and Ban. For while each one has its own individual pathway, they all arrive at this. This shows that it is one essential root which all of them must reach, each one in its own way. And the truth is that this comes from Arich Anpin, from which Abba and Ima, Zeir and Nukva emerge. Thus Arich is one single AV whose four Yuds bring forth AV, Sag, Mach, and Ban. And each one of them must arrive at the meaning indicated by its root, which is the name of AV, and this is the strongest power they contain. We have explained that the vessels continued to exist during the time when they were not functioning, and later we will discuss how this came about through the order of the 288 sparks. We must now explain some general matters that need to be understood first. The proposition consists of two parts. Part 1, when, two, or more. This sets forth the general principle involved here. Part 2, and the truth. This explains how that principle applies in the matter under consideration. Part 1, when two or more names reach the same numerical total through different pathways. For each name can only expand in accordance with its constituent letters and the particular way in which they become filled, and if so, they must necessarily follow different pathways in order to reach the same total. For we are not now talking about cases where the sums of the numerical values of the constituent letters of various names are simply equal, because this has a different significance. It is then clear that the names in question are related to one another in terms of their number, and both are involved in a total number of functions identical to the simple numerical value of the names. Here, however, we are dealing with a phenomenon that signifies something different, inasmuch as we see a single total which the various names can reach only by expanding in different ways. The numerical values of the various expansions are not simply equal, but different numerical operations must be performed in order for them to reach the same total, as explained in greater detail below. It is understood that this is a single essential root with which each one must be joined, for, as you have already heard, number is not merely arbitrary and without reason. Quite the contrary, it is of great significance, since it shows the number of powers that join together in the function in question. The reason for any given number of powers is bound up with the type of control exercised by the different levels that rule in the function in question, as already discussed in connection with the subject of the trees. For the rule of one level gives rise to one array of powers as signified by the particular expansion associated with it, while the rule of another level gives rise to a different array and expansion. According to the expansion, so are the functions that emerge in the same numbers on those different levels. Thus, when two names are seen to arrive at the same total, it is understood immediately that this number is one essential order which the other levels have to reach. Since this number is an essential root, it is also essential in the other names. Thus, not only the expansion of AV, but also all the other expansions eventually reach the total of 72, which equals chest, showing that the root of all the different governmental orders is kindness. Each follows its own pathway, but at the end of its winding and turning, that is where it reaches. Two things are involved here. First, each expansion follows its own individual pathway according to the different aspects that emerge from it, because each one gives rise to numerous effects and has great ramifications in the governmental order. Second, nevertheless, all the different effects and ramifications lead eventually to the same goal, which is determined by one power that holds overall sway over all those different expanded names in all their ramifications. And this is the mystery of the name of AV, which equals 72, which is contained in the four names of AV, SAG, MA, H, and BAN. This is already quite clear from the teachings of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai and the Holy Ari, for each of the four names contains 72 in a different way. In the case of the expansion of AV itself, 72 is the simple sum of the numerical values of its constituent letters. In the case of SAG, which equals 63, we reach 72 by also reckoning an additional 10 units for the 10 individual letters of the expansion aside from their numerical value. 63 plus 10 equals 73. The extra unit is the kollel, signifying the overall unity. In the case of MAH, which equals 45, we reach 72 when we reckon the numerical value of the simple name, which equals 26, without adding units for the letters. Thus, 45 plus 26 equals 71, and one extra unit for the kollel brings the total to 72. In the case of Ban, which equals 52, we reach the total of 72 when we reckon the fourfold form, Ribu'ah, of the name, Yud, 10, plus Yud He, 15, plus Yud He Vav, 21, plus Yud He Vav He, 26, equals 72. For while each one has its own individual pathway, they all arrive at this. As we have just said, in order to reach this total, different calculations are necessary in each case. This shows that it is one essential root which all of them must reach, each one in its own way. This means that it was necessary overall, and not only in connection with our present subject of the fall of the 288 sparks, that these names should exhibit this phenomenon. At the same time, it has a particular significance in the present connection, notwithstanding all the other reasons for the numerical values of each of the different expansions, as explained in the writings of Rabbi Chaim Vital. For how could it be pure chance, and for no reason, that each of the different expansions has a way of reaching the total of 72? This must certainly have significance, for we see that it has to be this way. On the contrary, we find so many reasons for it to work out this way that there must necessarily be some underlying internal cause. Part 2. And the truth is that this comes from Arich Anpin, from which Abba and Ima, Zeir and Nukva emerge. This is bound up with the underlying mystery, contained in the teaching in the Idrazuta that only the torch is found by itself. Zohar, Idrazuta 288. A. It is impossible to compare the relationship that Abba, Ima, Zeir, and Nukva have with Arich Anpin to the relationship that Zeir and Nukva have with Abba and Ima. Abba and Ima, Zeir and Nukva are all levels that clothe Arich Anpin, for Abba and Ima clothe Arich from the throat to the navel, just as Zeir and Nukva clothe Arich from the navel and below. However, Arich Anpin cannot be said to clothe a particular level, since it is one Partsuf that encompasses the entire universe from the top all the way to the bottom, while Abba and Ima, Zeir and Nukva are all branches of it and clothe it. And the truth is that, as taught by the Ari, 9 Sephirot of Arich Anpin are called essential roots of Atzilut, while all the other Partsufim are branches of Arich. Accordingly, we must consider them two levels. Atika Kadisha, the Holy Ancient One, is Arich Anpin, while the other 4 Partsufim are together called the name of Atika, as explained in the Idra. Thus, Arich is one single AV, whose 4 Yuds bring forth AV, Sag, Mah, and Ban. For we see that there are these 4 names of AV, Sag, Maha, and Ban, which are respectively Abba and Ima, Zair and Nukva, but we find no name for Arich Anpin, and sometimes AV is Arich Anpin. The explanation is that there is a name AV that is the essential root of all the other 4 names, which issue forth from its 4 Yuds, for we already know that each Yud indicates a Havaya, as stated in the Tikkuni Zohar, and this overall AV is Arich Anpin, and from the 4 Yuds emerge AV, Sag, Ma, and Ban, which are Abba and Ima, Zeir and Nukva. And each one of them must arrive at the meaning indicated by its root, which is the name of AV. For they are surely 4 garments or branches of Arich Anpin, in that each one performs its own separate function, and accordingly, each one of them has a name of its own, signifying its individual function. But in one respect, they are all equal, and this is that they emerge from a single root and are thus 4 different particulars emerging from one root. And this is precisely what they must show, that their individual functions all emerge from the same root. This is why each one in its own individual way, according to its intrinsic nature, must arrive at the meaning indicated by its root, which is the name of AV. And this is the strongest power they contain, for the fact that the root is visible in the branches shows how the root and branch are joined together. Clearly, the strongest power in Abba and Ima, Zer and Nukva is the fact of their being attached to Arich Anpin, which is the root. There are two reasons for this. Firstly, since the root is the source, as long as the branch is attached to it, the root sends into it a great power of endurance. Secondly, since Arich Anpin itself is the great and awesome root that is beyond the reach of any flaw or damage, because the other side does not reach there in any way, accordingly, when Arich Anpin radiates in the branches, its attachment to them certainly puts great power in them through the very great power which it possesses. Chapter 56. The difference between the name AV contained in AV, SAG, and MAH, and that contained in BAN. Although the fourfold number, which is AV, which equals 72, exists in all the names, only what is particular to each of them individually is considered intrinsically their own. It is only in the case of BAN, which does not have its own particular AV, that the AV contained in the fourfold form of the simple name is considered intrinsic to it. This shows that each one of them has an equal meaning at the outset, even in its simple aspect, because this is in accordance with their essential being. But when their letters are filled, which is when they become different from one another, each one of these names is given a meaning of its own, in accordance with the function that it performs by itself. And BAN, which does not function by itself but receives what is given to it, therefore has no other meaning and joins with the others through the primary, overall meaning. Having discussed the AV present in all the names, we must explain one particular matter that appears problematic in connection with the 288 sparks. This proposition consists of two parts. Part 1, although the fourfold number. This presents the answer to a problem that seems to arise in connection with these four AVs. Part 2, this shows, this provides a deeper understanding of the answer. Part 1, although the fourfold number, which is AV, which equals 72, exists in all the names, only what is particular to each of them individually is considered intrinsically their own. For a certain problem exists in connection with the 288 sparks, we are faced with a dilemma. Either we are saying no more than that the numerical value of AV, which is 72, will be found in the simple, unfilled, or unexpanded form of each of these names wherever they are, that is, in each one's simple Havaya, in its fourfold form of Yud, Yud-He, Yud-He Vav, Yud-He Vav-He, which has the numerical value of AV 72, as explained in the previous chapter in connection with BAN, or else we are saying that this total must be found specifically in the filled or expanded form of the names, the Milui, as explained in the previous chapter, in connection with AV, SAG, and MAH. If we are saying the former, that AV is in each case found in the simple, unfilled Havaya in its fourfold form, then we can reckon that all Havayas in their fourfold form contain AV without taking account of the expanded form of the name. However, if this is not enough, because what is not specific to the filled or expanded form of any given name is not reckoned as AV, inasmuch as we want to find it in the filled forms themselves, then you may object that BAN does not produce an AV from its filled form but only in its simple fourfold form, and this cannot be reckoned as being particular to BAN, since it is present in BAN in just the same way as it is in the others. And therefore comes the answer. It is true that AV exists in each one, in the fourfold form of the simple, unfilled Havaya in each case, and it is indeed the truth that in the case of AV, SAG, and MAH, the fourfold form is not taken into account in the operation whereby they reach 72 in their expanded form, signifying their connection with Arich Anpin, the overall AV. The reason why we do not take the fourfold form into account in the case of AV, SAG, and MA is that they each have another AV particular to their individual function, besides the AV that exists in all of them by virtue of their simple form. Ban, on the other hand, does not have any other AV, that is, one particular to itself through its filling or expansion, and therefore shows its relation with Arich Anpin, the overall AV, through the AV contained in its fourfold form. This is precisely the point. Even though BAN has no other AV, this does not make it an exception to the rule through having nothing that shows its root, for it certainly does have something that shows its root. Except that in this case, what it has is only the fourfold form of the simple Havaya. What AV, SAG, and MAH have over and above BAN is the fact that besides the AV contained in their fourfold form, they also each have their own particular AV in their filled or expanded form. Thus, the intent is properly fulfilled, showing that no branch can escape being included under Arich Anpin, which is its root. For even BAN, which does not have its own particular AV, nevertheless does at least have the AV that exists in it by virtue of its being a Havaya, whose simple, unfilled, fourfold form equals 72, which equals AV. The reason for this difference will be explained below. It is only in the case of BAN, which does not have its own particular AV, that the AV contained in the fourfold form of the simple name is considered intrinsic to it. This is, as we have explained, that even BAN does not lack the presence of AV in some way, despite the fact that it does not have its own particular AV. Part 2. This shows. As I have written, the various numerical values are not arbitrary and without reason, but show a great deal about the different orders of government. That each one of them has an equal meaning at the outset, even in its simple aspect. For as soon as they exist, they already give an indication of their root, in that the start of their existence is as 4 names of Havaya. For this is how they are implied in Arich Anpin, in 4 yuds, all equal to each other, and this is in their aspect, as being lights, branches of Arich Anpin. The 4 expansions of Havaya derive from the 4 yuds contained in the expansion of the overall AV, yud, hey, vi, hey, y. However, because each one has its own particular function, they all have their own individual filled or expanded forms. The intention is indeed to show that even though they are different levels, in the end they are all only the name of Havaya, blessed be He. If so, their original essence is the primary category, the name of Havaya, blessed be He. But afterwards, they receive additional individual functions. The filled or expanded forms themselves indicate the particular function that each one has. Thus, their original essence, as simple Havayas, already indicates their root through the fourfold form, which equals AV, which equals 72. Then afterwards, their particular functions still also point to their root, to show that even in their individual aspects they remain attached and bound to Arich Anpin, which is the root. Because this is in accordance with their essential being, that is, as an order of simple Havayas. But when their letters are filled, which is when they become different from one another, it is quite clear that in their aspect of being Havayas, they are identical, and it is in their filled or expanded forms that they differ. The intention may be explained as follows. In their intrinsic essence, they are all equal. They are all lights of one kind, for they are all the name of Havaya, blessed be He. And as such, they all indicate their root in the same way. However, their individual functions are different, and this is seen in their filled or expanded forms. It is therefore necessary that each function should indicate the overall root in accordance with its specific nature, in order to show that in this aspect too, it is attached to its root, and this is its particular meaning. Thus, each one of these names is given a meaning of its own, in accordance with the function that it performs by itself. For when their purpose or function changes, there is also a change in the way they indicate the root through the filled or expanded form of the name. And BAN which does not function by itself. Just as AV, SAG, and MAH each have their own particular functions, so the particular function of BN is not to act, but rather to stand and receive, but receives what is given to it. That is, the function of the name BAN is to receive rather than to act, therefore has no other meaning. For this particular meaning, possessed by AV, SAG, and MAJ, by virtue of the unique way in which each one expands to reach the total of 72, is given to them in order for them to carry out their functions, which they draw from the root. However, Ban does not act at all, but receives whatever it is given. Everything that Ban receives, it receives in accordance with the root, since all the different kinds of functioning derive from the root. Accordingly, no particular meaning is applicable in the case of Ban, but only the primary meaning, which shows that its light is also in the category of Havaya, just as in the case of all the others. It is thus understood that it receives from others, which is why it has no other signification, for it does not act, and joins with the others through the primary, overall meaning. In any event, BAN must also enter into this category, so as to signify how the root has control over the branches. The way it enters into this category is by virtue of what is prepared within it, in order for it to be included in the root in accordance with the portion which the root gave it. For it did not give it any active function whatever, but only existence as a light in the category of the simple form of the name of Havaya, blessed be He. Chapter 57. The function of the overall AV, 288 sparks, is to prevent the destruction of the vessels and the world. The essence of the chariot consists of these names of AV, whereby the 4 partsufim gain strength from Arich Anpin, which is beyond the reach of the damage, and here the throne carries its bearers. It was therefore necessary for 288 sparks to descend from here to hold and sustain the vessels as they were descending, so that the destruction would not be complete, but only such that it could be repaired. Again, the affairs of this world were thus rooted in such a way that one power should endure, so as not to allow the world to be destroyed, God forbid. Rather, through this remaining power, what was damaged will be repaired. Having discussed the overall significance of this name of AV, it is necessary to explain its function and purpose in relation to the broken vessels. The 288 sparks correspond to the numerical total of the 4 names of AV 72, contained in the 4 partsufim. 4 times 72 equals 288. This proposition consists of 3 parts. Part 1. The essence of the chariot. This explains the function of the overall name of AV that we have been discussing. Part 2. It was therefore necessary. How this affected the vessels. Part 3. The affairs of this world. How it affects the world. Part 1. The essence of the chariot consists of these names of AV. The chariot is the overall bond of the entire governmental order, which consists of 4 levels, which are the 4 chayot. Their essential function is bound up with these 4 names of AV, which are the mystery of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and David, as explained in the teachings of the ARI. At first sight, this may appear problematic, for if these are the number of lights that descended at the time of the breaking of the vessels, what connection do the 4 legs of the throne, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and David, have with this? However, the main point to grasp is that the root of these 4 names of AV lies in the mystery of the chariot, as stated, but that from here, various aspects of them descended lower, as will be explained below, whereby the 4 partsufim gain strength from Arich Anpin, which is beyond the reach of the damage. As explained earlier, the name of AV signifies the root, which is Arich Anpin, and is accordingly the source of their strength. And here, the throne carries its bearers. In other words, A reference to this phenomenon is contained in the saying of the rabbis that the throne carries its bearers, Zohar, Pekudi, 242, alluding to how the power of Arich Anpin rescues the other Partsufim from the damage. Part 2. It was therefore necessary for 288 sparks to descend from here. Very many sparks were in the process of descending with the vessels, as explained at length in the Kabbalistic sources. Afterwards, however, it was necessary to make a specific number of them so that they would come to a total of 288. For if not for this, it would have meant either that there was no need for any specific number at all, or that all the sparks that descended would have been counted as one, or that the first levels in each name would have been counted. But the essential principle is that it was in these sparks that fell that this matter of the 4 names of AV had to be revealed, and then all those levels were sorted and purified in the way explained in its appropriate place, until eventually these 4 names of AV remained in control, and all the others were included in them. And the truth is that the names of AV themselves radiate in a specific way in each name, in accordance with the nature of that name, in order to lift them up above the damage, each one according to what befits it. In other words, the levels that we see to have fallen with the breaking of the vessels are the very levels that the damage had the power to reach. And since there is a difference between the place the defect reaches in one name and the place it reaches in a different name, there is a difference in what will fall when the vessels break. Similarly, there is a difference in the way the name of AV is revealed, because it is revealed in whatever can become damaged, inasmuch as it is the main factor involved, and it is this that lifts them up. The sum of the matter is that it is through these names of AV that Arich Anpin lifts up the Partsufim, but it raises them in the place where they could be damaged, each in accordance with its particular nature. And the place where they were susceptible to being damaged became evident through the actual process of the breaking of the vessels, in that whatever fell is known to be that which was susceptible to being damaged. We thus find that what descended did so from the category of AV, and accordingly it is this that is counted, except that it is in the place where it is, in AV's levels. But if it had not gone down from AV, but instead the sparks had descended according to the status of the names, either all of them would have been counted, or they would not have been counted at all. To hold and sustain the vessels as they were descending, this is a consequence that flows from what was explained earlier, that even though the unity becomes concealed, it necessarily continues to exist. Accordingly, even at the very moment of destruction, the destruction was not total, but took place through the mystery of unity, whereby the unity does not prevent the other side from exercising great power, yet still does not allow it complete control, so that the destruction would not be complete, that is, total negation, but only such that it could be repaired again, so that afterwards it would be able to be repaired again. Part 3. The affairs of this world were thus rooted, for everything that comes about in the Sephirot is nothing but a root for what is required in the lower creations, in such a way that one power should endure so as not to allow the world to be destroyed, God forbid. Nothing was to fall so far that no part of the light would be left to sustain it. If death is a fall, the vapor of the bones remains. If there is exile, the Shekhinah never stops shining light over Israel. Rather, through this remaining power, what was damaged will be repaired. Even though what remains may be small, this is what maintains things in such a way that the repair will follow afterwards. Chapter 58. Ma, Yesod, builds Nukva, the deficient Ban, after which Zer Anpin sends her a flow of blessing. The beauty and delight of Malkut are only in her when Yesod is with her, for through Yesod she becomes complete, whereas when Malkut is without Yesod, she is the source of all deficiency and sadness. But when Malkut is with Yesod, she is the source of all joy for the male himself. Accordingly, at first everything was in the mystery of Ban, which is Nukva, the female, without the male, which is the source of all sadness. And the 6 directions, Zer Anpin, did not turn to Malkut because they did not receive delight. But when Yesod came in the mystery of Ma, she was then completed, and she herself arouses delight in the male himself, and this is the repair. This is the answer to an apparent contradiction in the teachings relating to the primordial kings. On the one hand, we are taught that they were from the side of Malkut and were therefore lacking repair. Elsewhere, however, we find that, on the contrary, it is the rule of Malkut that brings the repair. The proposition consists of 2 parts. Part 1, the beauty and delight. This explains how Malkut is the source of joy and of sadness. Part 2, accordingly, how this relates to the primordial kings. Part 1, the beauty and delight of Malchut. As explained earlier, Malkut is the hind of love, Proverbs 5:19, that arouses love in the lights and causes them to flash in excitement. For it is to Malkut that the terms beauty and delight apply. Beauty results from properly ordered repairs with no mixture of darkness, but everything arranged to serve as a perfect order of government, with all the repairs and adjustments necessary for the flow of good. Delight results from beauty, and thus the verse continues, and a row of grace. Proverbs 5:19. The Hebrew word for row, ya'elet, has the connotations of elevating and enhancing. In other words, the lights flash forth to greet her in the way that a father's love is aroused for his son when the latter meets with his approval, or in the way that a husband's love is aroused for his wife. Are only in her when Yesod is with her. This is explained in many places in the Zohar and Tikkunei Zohar, and this is the mystery contained in the verse, "The advantage of land is in everything." Ecclesiastes 5:8. This is the mystery of the moon, which in its intrinsic nature is a glass that does not shine. Yet through the power of the sun, she shines and is seen to be beautiful, as it says, "Beautiful as the moon." Song of Songs 6:10. Such is the nature of judgment, din, and all that comes from it. If it is mitigated, it is the source of all joy, for the recipients justly deserve their reward, and there is no bread of shame. But if it is unmitigated, it is the source of all evil, which is not so in the case of kindness, chest. Fire is also like this. If the heat is at the necessary level, it provides great satisfaction, but if it is too hot, it burns. So it is with wine. If one drinks in moderation, it is the wine that brings joy, but if one drinks to excess, it is the wine that intoxicates. This is the mystery of the Nukva. If she is mitigated and sweetened with kindly influences, chasadim, she arouses every kind of joy and love. But if she is unmitigated, on the contrary, she causes every kind of sadness. Yesod's mission is precisely to sweeten Malkut. For through Yesod, she becomes complete, for Yesod gives her what is suitable to bring her to a state of completeness and mitigation. However, the governmental order is so arranged that the Shekhinah is not rectified on her own, but her repair depends upon Yesod. Whereas when Malkut is without Yesod, she is the source of all deficiency and sadness. As we have said, if she is not complete, she is the source of all deficiency. It is like unripe fruits, which because they are not ready or complete are bad, but when they become ripe, are sweet and good. But when Malchut is with Yesod, she is the source of all joy for the male himself. This is the concept of the hind of love, of which it is said, "Let her breasts satisfy you at all times." Proverbs 5:19. This is when she is already like a fruit that is ripe and ready. This enables us to resolve the apparent contradiction mentioned above. When we say that it is the rule of Malkut that causes the repair, this is the rule of Malkut with the light of the male. However, when we say that the primordial kings were deficient because they derive from the name of Ba'an, this is because they are from Malchut without the light of the male. Part 2. Accordingly, at first everything was in the mystery of Ban, which is Nukva, the female, without the male. As we have explained, when we say that the primordial kings derive from Ban, this means they derive from the category of Malkut when unconnected with the light of the male, which is the source of all sadness. In accordance with the mystery of Turn Away Your Eyes From Me, Song of Songs 6:5. As explained in the Zohar, this means that as long as the Nukva is not sweetened through Yesod, Zeir Anpin turns away from her and is unwilling to send a flow of influence. This is when the sadness previously mentioned reigns, when the lights are closed up. It could be objected that we have stated that all Nukva's perfection derives from the Yesod, which is the male. If so, then as long as the male does not turn towards her, she is incomplete. But as long as she is incomplete, the male does not turn to her. If so, how is she to become complete? The answer is that when we say that the male, Zeir Anpin, turns to her, this is to give her a flow of sustenance. But this is not the same as when we say that Yesod shines in her, which is in order to build her. The shining of Yesod in Malkut is something that depends on the extent to which she is built, which in turn depends on the deeds of the lower creations. Yesod is what actually builds Malkut, which it does when she is completed through the deeds of the lower creations, since she is their root, as discussed earlier. The entire influence of the male, that is, when Zeir Anpin turns to her, is of plenty and blessing, but this is not the actual building of Malkut, which is carried out by Yesod. This blessing comes to her after she has already been entirely built through the deeds of the lower creations. To summarize, at first, it is necessary for Yesod to shine in the Nukva in order to build her, and Yesod shines in her according to the degree of perfection of the deeds of the lower creations. This applies to the governmental order. However, when the world was first created, Yesod built the Nukva without any existing deeds on the part of the lower creatures, but rather through the power of the anticipated future deeds of the righteous. After the Nukva is built by Yesod, Zeir Anpin then turns to her to give her sustenance and blessing. And the 6 directions, Zeir Anpin did not turn to Malkut because they did not receive delight. Although Malkut too already existed as one of the Sephirot, she did not arouse favor and delight because her structure was still deficient. But when Yesod came in the mystery of Maha, she was then completed. For in the Sephirot of Maha, it was included as part of the governmental order that Yesod should radiate in Malchut. We thus find that the governmental order is such that all the structures and worlds are in the category of Malchut, as already rectified through Yesod, that is, the exterior is united with the interior. And thus, the building of Malkut is complete. For this is what causes all the openings and flows of influence. And she herself arouses delight in the male himself. The repair of Ban was so instituted that when the Nukva receives completion from the side of Yesod, Ma, the male, Zeir Anpin, immediately comes and joins with her, that is, Av. Sag and Ma join with Ban in the mystery of about 3 months after Genesis 38:24, as explained in the teachings of the Ari. This is the order of repair of the worlds at all times through the mystery of male and female. But the overall male is included entirely in Ma, and the Nukva, Ban, receives from Ma. Initially, she receives the radiation of Yesod, which completes her construction, after which she also receives the flow of sustenance and blessing. All the worlds were afterwards built in accordance with this rectified order. And this is the repair. The entire essence of the repair depends on this overall connection, for once it was brought about in the overall root of the governmental order, it came about detail by detail in the worlds themselves, as will be explained below. The connection of Ma and Ban first came about generally, and afterwards in detail in each individual world. Chapter 59. The World of Repair. The root of the repair, the joining of Ma'H and Ban, interrelation and kinship between the Sephirot. The repair consisted of the binding together of the two radiations of the forehead and eyes of Adam Kadmon, these being Ma and Ban. There was an immediate awakening of love between the lights, and they are no longer in a state of dejection as at first. Instead, each one shows a friendly face to the other, and all the Partsufim are bound up with one another in accordance with the mystery of father and mother, son and daughter, where each shows kinship to the other in the manner that is befitting. Having explained what was involved in the breaking of the vessels, we now come to explain the repair that was brought about thereafter. This proposition consists of 3 parts. Part 1. The repair consisted of the binding together. This is the first root of the repair. Part 2. There was an immediate awakening of love. This explains the resulting offshoots of this root. Part 3. And all the Partsufim are bound up. This explains the new order that came into being accordingly. Part 1. The repair consisted of the binding together of the two radiations. This is the first root that was produced, and after this, a number of other consequences followed. This is what the Sifra Detzinuta refers to as the balance, Matkela, as will be discussed below. This consisted of the joining of these two radiations together, and the result of their connection is the love found in all the Sephirot that emerge from them, as discussed below. Of the forehead and eyes of Adam Kadmon, the forehead is bound up with the mystery of the breaking through of the lights of the Tefillin, as mentioned earlier. These being Ma and Ban, it is clear that the light emerging from the forehead is Ma, while that which had already emerged from the eyes is Ban, as discussed earlier. Part 2. There was an immediate awakening of love between the lights, for the root above was instituted in accordance with the mystery of male and female, which are Ma and Ban. Thus, all the Partsufim that emerge from the forehead and eyes of Adam Kadmon are stamped with the same nature as the root, and thus the offshoot radiates with love in the proper way, being compounded of Ma and Ban. And they are no longer in a state of dejection as at first. Instead, each one shows a friendly face to the other. This means that in the governmental order, they are arranged each one towards the other, facing each other with an expression of love, each light flashing forth in the direction of the other, signifying cooperation between the Sephirot. This is not how it was at first, when they were one under the other. Now each stands in its appropriate column facing the column of the other, with an intermediary joining them together. The governmental order is thus produced as a single bond, for the right and left sides are parallel. Nevertheless, they still do not pass on their influence until the center column joins them together with one accord, so that everything reaches one place, this being Malkut, which is underneath. Thus, the governmental order emerges through consensus and sound counsel, without each Sephirah being alone as at first, as discussed earlier. Part 3. And all the Partsufim are bound up with one another. The innovation brought about through the repair was precisely that all the levels join together to produce their effects with one accord, so they can properly be called by the name of father and mother, son and daughter, which was not so in the case of the primordial kings, which were called only Chesed, Gevurah, Tiferet, and Malkut. That is, they are referred to as Sephirot, but they were not Partsufim. The reason is that there was no interrelation between them. In the repair, however, a complete interrelation was produced. Thus, Bina is also related to Chokhmah as its Nukva, and indeed, it is impossible for Chokhmah to function except with Bina, or for Bina to function without Chokhmah. The same applies to Zeir Anpin with the Nukva. Likewise, the relation between Zeir and Nukva on the one hand and Abba and Ima on the other is like the relation of children to their parents. The sum of the matter is that the entire order of the Sephirot was instituted on the foundation of a governmental order based on consensus, with interrelation and kinship between light and light. Not a single light stood alone without some relationship with all the others. For example, Ima has a relationship with Abba inasmuch as Ima is Abba's receiving vessel, and Ima has a relationship with Zeir and Nukva, since it is Ima that brings them forth. Zeir Anpin has a relationship with Abba, which is Zeir Anpin's root, with Ima, which brings Zeir Anpin forth, and with the Nukva, which is Zeir Anpin's receiving vessel. The same applies to all of them. Thus, the entire repair consists of producing this bond between the various levels. In accordance with the mystery of father and mother, son and daughter. In other words, this developmental sequence is called a complete array, in which each partsuf is in its proper place. For the result is the son or the daughter, depending on whether the influence is that of kindness or judgment, while the causes of the result are two, father and mother, where each shows kinship to the other in the manner that is befitting. The nature of this developmental chain governs the relationship that each one must have with the other. The kinship of each partsuf with the others, as stated above, is according to its place in the developmental chain. Thus, since Zeir and Nukva develop from Abba and Ima, they are in the category of a son and daughter, and the governmental order follows this developmental sequence, while the relationship between Zeir and Nukva is like that between a brother and sister. Chapter 60. Ban and Ma were bound up under Malkut and Yesod of Adam Kadmon, and then coupled together to bring about the repair. After the emergence of the lights of the eyes of Adam Kadmon, these being Ban, they were bound under the rule of Malkut of Adam Kadmon. And when the radiation of the forehead, Maha, emerged, it was bound under the rule of Yesod of Adam Kadmon. Yesod and Malkut of Adam Kadmon then coupled together, and thus the stern judgments were sweetened and the government operated in a mode of repair and love. This answers an apparent difficulty regarding the primordial kings and their repair. For in one place the primordial kings, Ban, are said to have come from the eyes and Ma from the forehead. Elsewhere, however, the primordial kings are said to be bound up with the mystery of Malkut of Adam Kadmon, while Ma is the drop of male waters of Adam Kadmon's Yesod. This proposition consists of two parts. Part 1, after the emergence. This explains the places where these lights were bound. Part 2, Yesod and Malchut of Adam Kadmon, then coupled together. This explains the resulting path taken by the repair. Part 1, after the emergence of the lights of the eyes of Adam Kadmon, these being Ban, they were bound under the rule of Malkut of Adam Kadmon. For the nature of the lights is such that, besides the original sources from which they emerged, we must also take into account the sources to which they are bound and from which they take their power and rule in the governmental order. In accordance with this principle, these lights emerged from the eyes and were afterwards bound to Malkut of Adam Kadmon and received their governmental power from there. And when the radiation of the forehead, Ma, emerged, it was bound under the rule of Yesod of Adam Kadmon. In other words, since the purpose of this radiation was to repair the first lights, it was bound up under Yesod, which is the power that repairs Malkut. Part 2, Yesod and Malkut of Adam Kadmon, then coupled together. After these lights emerged from the eyes and forehead and had been bound under Yesod and Malkut of Adam Kadmon, then coupled for the sake of the lights bound up with them. And thus the stern judgments were sweetened. This coupling caused a sweetening of strict judgments throughout the entire governmental order. And the government operated in a mode of repair and love. After this sweetening was accomplished in the governing luminaries, me'orot, namely Yesod and Malshut, of Adam Kadmon. Everything subject to their government was likewise governed in a mode of love and repair, and thus the government of the worlds operated in this mode of repair. Chapter 61. The connections between Ma and Ban produce the tree, Atzilut Beria Yetzira Asiya. The repair is completed through men's deeds. Ma went through the process of joining up to him all the levels that were being selected from Ban, out of which he produced the entire tree of holiness, namely Atzilut Beria Yetzira Asiya. However, there remained further levels of Ban that were not attached to Ma. Accordingly, the creation was not yet complete, because it contains certain deficiencies. This is steadily repaired little by little until eventually everything will be repaired and everything will be in a state of complete perfection. We have already explained the overall repair, that the government operated in a mode of repair. We must now explain things in greater detail. The first thing that must be explained is the interconnection between Ma-H and Ban. The proposition consists of 3 parts. Part 1, Ma went through the process of joining. Part 2, however, there remained. Part 3, this is steadily repaired. Part 1, Ma went through the process of joining up to him all the levels that were being selected from Ban. We explained earlier that the Sephirot of Ban, which were the first to emerge, were awaiting another radiation that would repair them. For as already explained, the primordial kings, the Sephirot of Ban, were merely one aspect of the likeness of man which the divine mind rejected. Now, however, came the true completion of the likeness of man which emerged from the supreme mind, and then even those aspects which had originally been producing evil started turning back to good. The repair was not brought about in the vessels in order to bring them to return to a state of repair by themselves. The repair did not operate on the vessels themselves. Rather, it came about through the construction of the Partsufim out of the lights of Ma and Ban combined, and the vessels were then repaired as a matter of course as each entered its proper place in the structure of the Partsufim. The vessels from Ban thus could not be repaired by themselves, but only through being connected with the lights of Mach. For the Sephirot of Ban, which were in a state of breakage, were aspects that took control only at the time when the likeness of man had not yet been revealed. Their existence was temporary from the very outset. But with the emergence of the essential likeness of man, Ma-Ha, the repair of these initial aspects also followed as a matter of course. The way this root is seen in the people of Israel is as it is written, "The Virgin of Israel is fallen, she shall no more rise." Amos 5:2. Yet it is also written, "I will raise up David's fallen tabernacle." Amos 9:11. In other words, when the assembly of Israel fell, it was because the supreme king had not yet properly revealed his glory, which is the root of the governmental order. As long as it still waits to be revealed, all that has happened, happened. The Holy One, blessed be He, did not merely want to restore them to what they were on their own so that they would rise from their fall by themselves. He wanted to bring them to a new state of being through which they would be repaired. The Zohar, Pekudei 239b, states that the raising up is accomplished only through the Holy One, blessed be He. This new state is the mystery of new heavens and a new land. Isaiah 65:17. I will raise up David's fallen tabernacle through the mystery of Ma, which enables Ban to stand. Ban cannot stand by itself and can only be lifted up with the emergence of the new light of Mach, which is the main root of the governmental order. If they had rectified themselves, they would only have returned to their initial state of repair. But He wanted to bring them to a greater state of repair, one of complete repair. It then retrospectively becomes apparent that everything that took place, even from the outset, was for good. When the vessels enter into the structure, it is revealed that even the bad part was for good, because of the function it plays in the world. All the bad then reverts to good, this being BAN as repaired through MAH. The root of what was to come about in the world is found here in this process that took place in the Sefirot, out of which he produced the entire tree of holiness. It was necessary for the governmental order to consist of two things joined together, deficiency on the one hand and the complete perfection that repairs it on the other. For all this successively makes known God's unity. Without the preceding deficiency, there would be no revelation of the unity. Thus, the Supreme Mind set to work, making all that it made through this repair, until all the different levels and partsufim were produced, all constructed out of parts damaged in the earlier destruction, together with the repair that came to fix them, the parts of Ma and Ban, from which the partsufim were made. It is in this mode that the world is now governed, and now the completion of this repair in all its details is in the hands of man. Namely, Atzilut Beria Yetzira Asiya. As explained earlier, Atzilut Beria Yetzira Asiya are one whole and are therefore jointly referred to as the tree. Part 2. However, there remained further levels of BAN that were not attached to MASH. As explained earlier regarding the primordial kings, there remained certain levels that had yet to be sifted out, and these are the parts that bring perfection. Accordingly, the creation was not yet complete. In the light of what I have said, this should be clear, because certain pathways were lacking in the governmental order and certain parts of the creations were also lacking. It is therefore obvious that the original creation still needed to be completed. This is the meaning of which God created to do. Genesis 2:3. He started in order that the work should be completed by mankind, because it contains certain deficiencies. This is the clear proof of the above assertion that the creation was not complete, because there are deficiencies in the creation, and it is therefore not in a state of complete perfection. For when it is complete, there will be no more deficiency left, just as in the case of an artifact whose manufacture is complete. Part 3. This is steadily repaired, little by little. As explained earlier, the process of repair proceeds in stages, power after power, until the end. Until eventually everything will be repaired, and everything will be in a state of complete perfection. This too is, as I have written above, that all this is a continuous progressive cycle until everything is altogether perfect. Chapter 62. The Sephirot of Ban are the root of defects and punishments, while facing them are the Sephirot of Mach, which repair them. In the Sephirot of Ban are rooted all the different aspects of damage, that is, everything that provides a place for the existence of defects and the ensuing punishments. In the Sephirot of Maha are rooted all aspects of the repair, to repair these defects. For the sake of the required governmental order, it is necessary for every level to be constructed out of both of them. Then all aspects of evil will exist in that level through the side of Ban within it, and all aspects of good through the side of man. Having introduced the subject of the joining of Ma and Ban, we must now specify the different effects of each one. This proposition has two parts. Part 1. In the Sephirot of Ban. This explains the separate functions of Mah and Ban. Part 2. For the sake of the required governmental order. This explains how they are joined together. Part 1. In the Sephirot of Ban are rooted all the different aspects of damage. The Sephirot of Ban are the roots of the various kinds of damage, as already explained earlier, while the Sephirot of Ma bring them back to good, as stated above. But because things were not permanently fixed to perfection, the Sephirot of Ma may hold sway over those of Ban, producing only good. On the other hand, it is also possible, heaven forbid, for Ban's intrinsic nature to be reawakened, since this has still not been completely changed. This can prevent MAH from holding sway over the Sefirot of Ban, out of which come forth the various kinds of damage. That is, everything that provides a place for the existence of defects. For the phenomenon of damage and destruction is ordered in such a way that if pathways had not been prepared whereby the lights can be darkened and flawed, this phenomenon of damage would simply not exist in the world. However, the pathways have already been prepared with exact precision and measure, neither less nor more than what is required. This is the cause of the flaws in the lights above and the punishments in the world below, as it goes on to say. Overall, these pathways are in accordance with the rule of ban and the ensuing punishments. This is obvious, because when the lights are darkened above through sin, the person who caused this suffers a corresponding interruption in the flow of goodness, and this is how the governmental levels of the other side gain sway over him. For the other side has the opportunity to attack through this flaw in the lights caused by the sin, and as long as some trace of that flaw remains above, the other side deals out evil to the perpetrator commensurate to his deeds. The flaw steadily disappears in accordance with the punishment suffered by the sinner. In the Sefirot of Ma are rooted all aspects of the repair, to repair these defects. They are parallel. The repairs of Ma come to repair the damage of Ban. It was through this arrangement that the joining of Ma and Ban was brought about, for the above-mentioned defects require precisely those repairs that have the power to rectify these very defects. For the sake of the required governmental order, in other words, in order to produce a governmental order based on the required principle of reward and punishment to make a place for free will, it is necessary for every level to be constructed out of both of them. For every level has a corresponding level of service on the part of man, and man's whole service is based on free will. Wherever there is choice, there is the possibility of damage and repair, reward and punishment. This is why every level must be constructed out of both of them. Then all aspects of evil will exist in that level through the side of ban within it, and all aspects of good through the side of match. Chapter 63. For every function and for each effect, there are two generators through the coupling of male and female, kindness and judgment, coming from MH and Ban, and likewise in the soul and body. Since the government operates in this way on the foundation of kindness and justice, a root of good and a root of evil, accordingly, for every function, two generators are required. Therefore, any given light will only emerge through two lights that draw it forth. Of these two lights, one will be male from the side of Ma and one female from the side of Ban. They will then produce the light that needs to be produced, built out of MAH and also BAN. Having discussed the overall functions of MAH and BAN in the governmental order, let us now explain the effects of their joint functioning. There are two parts to this proposition. Part 1, since the government. This is a prefatory statement about the offspring or effects of the functioning of the Sefirot. Part 2, therefore any given light. The developmental chain through which the lights emerge is founded on the mystery of male and female. Part 1, since the government operates in this way, on the foundation of kindness and justice, namely, for the sake of reward and punishment, a root of good and a root of evil. All these things are aspects of one process, kindness and justice, for the sake of reward and punishment. And so too, man's service involves the possibility of both damage and repair. Accordingly, for every function, for everything has to emerge with the consensus of two sides. If what emerges comes from the side of good, this is what rules, and evil agrees to it. If the opposite is the case, God forbid, then the opposite applies. Accordingly, every act or function, Peulah, contains a part of both of them. This includes the functions involved in the governing of the creations and likewise the actual creations themselves, which, as we already know, emerge from the same root as the functions that govern them. Thus, each creation exhibits one of the functions that constitute the governmental order. The same applies in the case of the supernal lights, as they develop to serve the needs of the governmental order. Each light also has two generators, from the side of kindness and judgment. Two generators are required, for the causes need to be suited to the production of their required effect, and thus we refer to two generators, or producers, molidim. Part 2. Therefore, any given light will only emerge. The beginning of this phenomenon is in the supernal lights, as stated above, for it is these that were generated for the sake of the governmental order. Each light has its own particular function, and this light will only emerge in the developmental chain if it has for its root two suitable causes in order to jointly produce their effect. The light, which then emerges compounded of both of them. Through two lights. This is the nature of the developmental sequence, Hishtal Shalut, whereby each light is emanated by and emerges from another light. It is caused by that light in accordance with the principle of gradation that draw it forth. The emanated light is a particular detail whose source is from the supreme will, this being the master of all the powers, which are revealed by him one by one. Since he wanted to display things in a graded way, level by level, he instituted the entire developmental sequence so as to show in an orderly manner what comes first and what comes second. In order to display this continuity, it was necessary for one light to draw out another from the supreme source. This comes about through the mystery of new mental states, hitchachut hamochin, and coupling, zivug, as will be explained below in its appropriate place, with the help of heaven. It is not that the lights which couple together bring the light they produce into existence, but rather they draw it forth from the supreme source. Of these two lights, one will be male from the side of Ma and one female from the side of Ben. The Supreme Will wanted to display the developmental sequence in stages, power after power, until the creation attains perfection, as explained earlier. This is the concept of his creating in partnership with the letters, as explained in the Tikkuni Zohar, Tikkun 69, 115b, on. For many powers must exist in order to produce one thing. It is necessary to know which is the first power and what derives from it afterwards in order to understand the way in which the particular creation in question was produced. Accordingly, he displayed the powers as developing one out of the other, as stated above. This works in the same way as the human mind, which contains various powers. The functioning of the mind is marked by ever-renewed excitement in the form of the new thoughts or new levels of understanding that enter the mind. The new thought comes in the wake of the excitement produced by the previous thought, although the new thought is not actually caused by it. So too, in the case of the overall developmental chain, the source of all the lights is indeed in the Supreme Will, but they are revealed in stages, one after the other, because the eternal will continually creates everything. Indeed, the entire functioning of the soul, whether through the body or within the soul itself, or through the interconnection of different parts of the soul, that is, the vital nephesh with the intelligent soul, and so on. Everything is all through the mystery of coupling, zivug. In other words, in order to display the developmental sequence, a fit cause must exist in order to produce each effect. And this is the concept of a partsuf. The construction of a partsuf is brought about through the coupling that takes place between two higher partsufim. The way in which the effect is produced is not through flashing excitement alone, but rather through the functioning of the different individual aspects of the partsufim involved, by means of actual coupling. The roots begin in the mind and brain of each of the powers involved, and continue down by way of their organs of procreation, the yesod in each case. Two causal factors underlie every level in the developmental sequence. One provides the overall root, and one provides the specific preparations and repairs for that entire generality. This is the underlying mystery of male and female, as we actually find them in this world. The seed comes forth from the male, while it is in the female that its form is steadily delineated and it undergoes its necessary repairs. Two pathways are involved in this, for the female also produces seed, as our rabbis stated. The woman emits seed of a red color, Nida 31a. This means that the very material, Chomer, itself contains a part that relates to the female, and this is the red-colored component in the body. However, besides this, the fact is that the male side provides the power governing the overall form. This means that the power governing the overall form of the likeness of man exists through the power of the male, while the details of the design are from the side of the female. Thus, we find that when the Supreme Will wanted to display his powers in this way, he adopted the way of the human mind, even though he did not need to. Humans go through a series of thoughts, one after the other, in accordance with a certain pattern, stage by stage, even though God could have created everything with a single utterance. But he wanted to show how each power develops, from where it emerges, what is its overall cause, and what it is that produces its various specific details and everything else that can possibly be discerned in it. Accordingly, he so ordered his powers, that is, those that relate to the creation of the worlds, in such a way that they should function in this way we call the way of male and female. Just as the powers of the soul function in the soul itself through Chokhmah and Bina, which are in the category of male and female, the Partsuf is the way in which the causal agent must stand in order to be fit to draw forth and reveal its effect. In this way, the various powers of the soul themselves become differentiated into their particular components, and then they have the power to produce new effects. If not, they would not have this power. We have thus found two aspects that involve the principle of male and female. The effect comes about only through the operation of the two factors of male and female. First, in the aspect of the preparations, the male provides the overall generality, while the female divides it into particulars. And second, in the aspect of the parts of the actual effect itself. Some of the characteristics of the resultant effect derive from the side of the male, kindness, while some of its characteristics derive from the female, judgment. Accordingly, they divide up in such a way that the male draws down the white, kindness, and the female the red, judgment. The first aspect, that of the preparations, whereby the male sends a general influence while the female delineates the details, will be explained below with the help of heaven. At this point, it will suffice if we discern the principle of male and female in the interaction of Ma and Ban, for both are required as a generating cause, the one contributing one part, Ma, and the other a different part, Ban. They will then produce the light that needs to be produced, built out of Mash, and also Ban. This is because the intention is that the resultant effect should also be joined together in the same way. Accordingly, two generators are required so that each one can provide that part in the resultant effect. Chapter 64. The role of the male and female in the channeling and repair of Ma and Ban. Out of the totality of the Sephirot that broke and descended, those parts that are to be selected undergo the process of sorting and selection, and the vessels ascend to receive their lights in Atzilut, and this is through the female aspect, which lifts them up in this way. Descending towards them are levels of Mah, vessel and light, and they join with them, and this is through the male aspect, which channels them in this way and puts them in the female. Nevertheless, the male also enters into the repair of the vessels that ascend through the female. The male repairs the right side of all the vessels and partsufim, while the female repairs their left side. And afterwards the parts join up together, and thus Mah is joined together with every one of them, and the resulting offspring is complete. There are two parts to this proposition. Part 1. Out of the totality. This explains the process of channeling by the male and female aspects so as to produce or give birth to the light that has to be born from them. Part 2. Nevertheless, the male also enters into the repair. The male aspect even enters into what is channeled by the female aspect in order to complete the repair. Part 1. Out of the totality of the Sephirot that broke and descended, we now come to discuss the process of selection that took place in the totality of the primordial kings, the Nekudim, as discussed earlier. Those parts that are to be selected undergo the process of sorting and selection. In other words, in order to establish the laws of the governmental order, there is a process of selection which takes place out of the totality of all the different aspects contained in the primordial kings, so as to choose whatever is fit to be in this law that the Supreme Mind wants to establish. And the vessels ascend to receive their lights. It is obvious that the vessels must receive the lights in order to govern properly in Atzilut, that is, in the Atzilut of the second Atzilut Beria Yetzira Asiya, which were made out of the original Beria Yetzira Asiya. For by now the levels had already been changed around, and 4 places were already prepared: Atzilut, Beria, Yetzira, Asiya. The vessels had hitherto been in the mode of descent and decline. Thus for them, this is considered an ascent, even though they ascend only to the second Atzilut, which is in the place of the original Beria, inasmuch as they come to serve as the government of Atzilut, the root of the present governmental order, the place of the emanation of all the lights. And this is through the female aspect. All the different aspects of the cleansing and selection of these vessels, including both the aspects that are connected with their ascent and those connected with how they receive their lights. In short, everything that comes into the category of BAN depends on the arousal of the female aspect, which lifts them up in this way, in all the different details that can be discerned in them, for the nature of the female is to differentiate all the details. Descending towards them are levels of MAH. The term descending applies to the mystery of the male waters, which are channeled down from above towards the female, which is the place of the ingathering of the lights. The pregnancy is in the female, so that they can be perfected through the mystery of the cause that brings things to completion, as discussed earlier. Vessel and light. Clearly, this is in accordance with the nature of the governmental order, and they join with them. For the intention is to produce MAH and BAN joined in one to make literally one body, not 2 separate bodies. It could be objected that we said above that MAH chooses what is suitable from BAN, whereas here we are saying that it is in BAN that the process of selection takes place, and that the descent of MAH depends on BAN. The answer is that it is indeed true that this arrangement of Ma and Ban was made at the outset, which part of each was suited to which part of the other, and it was Ma that made the selection in accordance with Ma's intrinsic nature. This was accomplished through the mystery of the drop of Adam Kadmon's male waters that sweetened the primordial kings, as stated above, in accordance with the mystery of Yesod of Adam Kadmon that sweetened Malkut. From this foundation, there subsequently emerged the head that is not known, Reisha Delo Itieda, as will be discussed later. Afterwards, the overall Nukva went through the process of selecting what was suitable in accordance with the original supreme division that I have discussed earlier. In other words, initially Mach went through the process of selecting what could be repaired, with Mach providing the material for the repair, the male waters. Afterwards, the Nukva correspondingly goes through the process of actually selecting what is fit to be repaired out of the breakage. The overall selection by MAH follows the pathways of the world of reward, the head that is not known, while the actual selection is carried out through the Nukva by means of the service of the lower creations. And this is through the male aspect, which channels them in this way, in all their particulars. Just as the female makes the selection in Ban, so the male selects the particulars of MAH and puts them in the female. As discussed earlier, Besides the females providing part of the actual resultant offspring itself, the female also delineates the form of everything, including the part contributed by the male. The reason is that Ma and Ban exhibit aspects of the line and the residue, which we discussed earlier. A fundamental principle relating to the Sephirot is that certain lights are the primary roots in some given function, and it is through them that what is required for that function is actually produced, while other lights merely display what is actually produced at root by the primary lights, and these secondary lights undergo processes corresponding to those taking place in the lights which they display. The secondary lights are in the same category as the primary lights, but in an inferior mode. Thus, Ma and Ban are both together lights that emerge from Adam Kadmon, and both include vessel and light, which derive respectively from the residue and the line. However, Mach is made to display the line, while Ban is made to display the residue. Therefore, the different aspects of Ban, both its lights and vessels, are discussed in terms of the intrinsic nature of the residue and undergo processes relating to its function. All the components of Ma, on the other hand, are discussed in terms of the intrinsic nature of the line and undergo processes relating to its function. However, within each of Ma and Banhe, we also differentiate between lights and vessels of their own. Both have an aspect that is light and an aspect that is vessel, each in accordance with its intrinsic nature. For the light is always from the line and the vessel from the residue. However, the main thing is to understand things as they relate to one another. The advantage of this pathway is that we need to arrive at man down below and all the material creations, which are merely an image of the entire governmental order. Their different individual parts and aspects are governed in accordance with what they signify in the governmental order, even though they are all in this lowly world. The residue is the differentiation of the line, because the powers that are all included in a single overall whole in the line are differentiated into their particulars in the residue in all its different parts, as explained in the appropriate place in accordance with the mystery of soul and body. Accordingly, the male channels Ma and the power of the overall form, while the female channels Ban and the different aspects of the form in detail, for it is in the female that this offspring takes form. Part 2. Nevertheless, the male also enters into the repair of the vessels that ascend through the female. The male repairs the right side of all the vessels and partsufim, while the female repairs their left side. This enables us to resolve a seeming contradiction in the teachings of the Holy Ari of blessed memory. In one place, we find that the Nukva elevates the selected parts of Ban while the male brings down Meh. Elsewhere, however, we find that Abba selects the right-hand parts of Ban and Imma the left, as stated in connection with the mystery of the 3 days of conception. The resolution of the apparent contradiction is as follows. The channeling of Ban is through the Nukva, but when it comes to the repair and selection of the parts that ascend, the male also enters into this. For the male repairs the right side, while the Nukva repairs the left. And afterwards the parts join up together, and the reason is in order to repair the kindness, judgment, mercy they contain, which was not repaired at first and needs to be arranged in them through the respective roots involved, kindness through Abba, judgment through Ima, and mercy through understanding, which produces connection. This was not necessary in the case of Ma, which had already emerged from the roots in a proper state of repair, arranged in the mystery of 3 columns. And thus, Ma is joined together with every one of them, and the resulting offspring is complete. In other words, what Abba himself channeled, not in partnership with Imma, for Ma was already repaired, was already composed of all these aspects, and now that Ban was rectified, Ma could join with it in all these rectified aspects. Chapter 65. Male and female before the Nekudim, the balance as the root of male and female thereafter. The aspect of male and female is also found above this, since the governmental order had already been founded on the mystery of kindness and judgment. The difference in the Nekudim was that initially they lacked the proper repair of the aspect of male and female, on account of bands having emerged on its own. Only afterwards was Ma put into them through the process of the repair. Accordingly, every root involving male and female from Atzilut and downwards depends upon the balance, which is the mystery of the joining of Ma and Ban. This resolves a difficulty arising out of our earlier discussion, implying that the aspect of male and female was a new innovation after the repair. This proposition has two parts. Part 1, the aspect of male and female. This initial premise explains that the aspect of male and female does indeed exist higher up, prior to the Nekudim. Part 2, the difference. This explains a particular aspect of the Nekudim whereby the above-mentioned difficulty is resolved. Part 1. The aspect of male and female is also found above this, that is, in the worlds of Adam Kadmon, above the Nekudim. This is obvious because it is evident in the teachings of the ARI that the coupling of AV and SAG, which are in the category of male and female, took place before the emergence of the Nekudim. Since the governmental order had already been founded on the mystery of kindness and judgment, this proves and also provides a logical reason for the existence of coupling prior to the repair. For this entire concept derives from the fact that since each limb is a composite of kindness and judgment, it must have two generators, as discussed earlier. However, this combination also existed in the supreme lights after the Tzimtzum took place, as soon as there was a line and a residue, which are in the categories of kindness and judgment, respectively. If so, there must likewise be two generators in the category of male and female. Part 2. The difference in the Nekudim was that initially they lacked the proper repair of the aspect of male and female. According to what we have just stated, that the aspect of male and female was present even before the Nekudim, how can we say that the aspect of male and female depends on the balance, matkala, which originated only in the time of the repair? The answer to this difficulty is that the lack of the repair of the aspect of male and female was not overall, but specific to the Nekudim. It was in the Nekudim that there was no coupling until after the repair, on account of bands having emerged on its own. This is the particular reason applying specifically in the case of the Nekudim in accordance with their intended purpose, as has already been explained. Only afterwards was Ma put into them through the process of the repair. The repair was a new state brought about in these worlds through the revelation of Ma. Accordingly, every root involving male and female, from Atzilut and downwards, depends upon the balance, which is the mystery of the joining of Ma and Ban. This is the sense in which we are saying that the aspect of male and female derives from the balance. For the existence of kindness and judgment higher up did not cause the Nekudim to enter into the category of male and female owing to the difference in the case of the Nekudim, as explained above, that Ban emerged alone. It was only the balance that introduced the aspect of male and female, since the balance consists of the joining of Mah with Ban, which fixes the relative balance of the parts of Ma'ash and those of Ban contained in each partsuf, and accordingly we relate the aspect of male and female to the balance. And obviously, since the aspect of male and female derives in this sense from the balance, they are governed by the balance throughout. For this reason, we must recognize the balance as the root of this aspect. Chapter 66. Coupling, Pregnancy, and Birth. The repair of each aspect through the male and female comes about through the mystery of coupling, pregnancy, and birth. Through coupling, the respective parts of Ma and Ban are channeled until everything is placed in the female. There in a single whole is found everything that needs to exist in the light in question, so that there will be no need to add or subtract. Afterwards, this overall whole must be differentiated into its detailed parts, and the offspring is not revealed on its own until it is fully established in all its different parts as a complete revelation. Until that time, it is therefore concealed within the light upon which it depends in order to receive its completion from it. This is because the lights of the one, the offspring, can only be completed through the lights of the other, the female, in which it is formed. When it has reached the stage where all its details are visible except that each contains only the minimum possible degree of radiation, the offspring is then revealed on its own. Since there is no further differentiation that the light can undergo, and it can only gain added power and radiance, the mental powers that entered during the time of suckling, its being revealed from the higher luminary to the outside is what is called birth. Having explained the overall subject of the institution of male and female, we will now enter into the details. This proposition consists of two parts. Part 1, the repair of each aspect. This introductory statement provides a general listing of the developmental stages instituted in the repair through male and female. Part 2, through coupling, the respective. This explains these stages in detail. Part 1. The repair of each aspect through male and female comes about through the mystery of coupling, pregnancy, and birth. For we already know that the entire repair is bound up with the underlying mystery of the likeness of man. Having reached this aspect of male and female, we may infer that all its various facets are governed in accordance with what this aspect involves here in the lower world, namely coupling, pregnancy, and birth. Part 2. Through coupling, the respective parts of Ma and Ban are channeled. It is already clear from the principle of sequential development, Hishtalshelut, that lights emerge from other lights. The channeling of the emergent light depends upon coupling through the arousal of the yesods of the parent partsufim, for the yesod possesses a unique power in this respect. This will be explained further in its appropriate place, with the help of heaven. Until everything is placed in the female. There, in a single whole, is found everything that needs to exist in the light in question, so that there will be no need to add or subtract. This is clearly the case, because the cause of the resultant light's existence is only the coupling. Nothing can exist in any given subject without a cause. With the completion of the process of coupling, the first cause, the male, has already completed giving what it has to give to the resultant light, and no other further causal factor acts in it. If so, nothing can exist in it that was not there already. It is quite clear that no other causal agent acts in the offspring that comes forth as a result of the coupling, for this offspring is precisely that which is able to emerge and exist only through the coupling. There are no other concomitant factors. Indeed, this is why this pathway was instituted as the particular pathway followed throughout the developmental chain of the lights. If so, once the coupling is completed, the cause, the female, certainly contains all that has to exist in the resultant offspring that is to be built therefrom. Afterwards, this overall whole must be differentiated into its detailed parts. Clearly, this is always the way of gradation. First, there is the overall whole, and afterwards, this whole divides up into its constituent parts. And the embryo is not revealed on its own until it displays all its constituent parts fully revealed. Since we are following the path of gradation, the fact is that no light can carry out its functions until all its constituent parts are revealed in it. The path of gradation requires first the overall whole through coupling, and afterwards the details which develop during the pregnancy. For all those parts are necessary in order to produce the required function. Thus, as long as it has not reached this point, we cannot count it among the governing powers, that is, as a partsuf in itself. Until that time, it is therefore concealed within the light on which it depends. You have already heard how the Supreme Will wanted to reveal the powers by way of sequential development, showing how one emerges from another. Obviously, there is no revelation of how the second emerges from the first until the first has truly produced it with its full array of powers. As long as the resultant light is not yet complete in this sense, it is merely concealed as an embryo within the power that produces it, until it gains sufficient power to reveal all of its own constituent parts. It will then appear on the outside as a single, complete governmental power that develops out of the first power. That first power will then go on to clothe itself within the resultant power, in the same way as all the higher powers clothe themselves in lower powers and direct them. Initially, however, the lower power is merely concealed within the higher power and is not revealed to the outside at all, in order to be completed thereby. That is, in order to emerge sequentially with all its parts fully revealed. This is because the lights of the one, the offspring, can be completed only through the lights of the other, the female, in which it is formed. This is the principle of sequential development that I have discussed. When it has reached the stage where all its details are visible, two things must be understood about each level, that is, each parts of, the number of details it includes, and the degree of power they have. The full tally of all the constituent details must be revealed at the time of birth, because each detail is the root of one function or of some condition governing one function. However, the degree of power merely governs whether the function itself is carried out with greater or lesser power, for example, with mature or immature mental powers. Accordingly, the revelation, that is, differentiation, of all the details has to come before the resultant light is actually revealed to the outside at birth, in order that it should be complete in all its powers. For afterwards, there will be no additional revelation of any further component power. There can only be an increase in the force exerted by the existing component powers themselves. Indeed, there are different periods of time according to the order of gradation. There is a time for the details to be revealed, and when this time comes to an end, no further details can be revealed. Later, there comes a period when the power of those particulars that have already been revealed is increased. Even though each contains only the minimum possible degree of radiation, the offspring is then revealed on its own. As already explained, there are different degrees of power, but as soon as the offspring reaches even the first degree, once all its detailed components are present, it is revealed on its own, for it is already a complete governmental law in itself, separate from the governmental law that brought it forth. Since there is no further differentiation that the light can undergo, and it can only gain added power. For if there were any details to add, they could not be added now, after birth, but additions of power and radiance are possible. This is because the difference between the powers from level to level, from parts of to parts of, depends on the intensity of the lights within each one. These have the power to expand or contract in accordance with the nature and dimensions of the different vessels. However, the number of specific powers depends on the parts of the vessels themselves. After birth, the higher powers, the parent lights, cannot add any additional parts to the vessels of the resultant offspring, but they can expand those vessels depending on their quality. Everything that has to be joined in as a component in the resultant light, so as to be fixed as a part of the governmental order, is already joined from the outset, prior to its emergence from the place where it develops, concealed within the parent power, to the outside as a parts of in its own right. For once it comes forth, its unique mode of government is known as soon as it emerges, and it descends under the upper branch, the parent power that produced it, and its mode of government is not susceptible to any change or increase in terms of its constituent parts. However, the actual mode of government itself can ascend or descend depending on the higher lights that enter the parts of itself and give it new strength. And radiance, the mental powers that enter during the time of suckling. The concept of radiance, hiara, applies because according to the way the chariot appears in prophetic vision, the resultant light is itself a radiation, hiara, of light. The revelation of the offspring from the higher luminary to the outside is what is called birth. This is obvious, since everything follows the underlying likeness of man. Chapter 67. The legs of Arich Anpin sustained the broken vessels. The folding of the legs repaired and elevated them. The folding of the legs of Arich Anpin was what first gave the broken vessels the power to ascend, making possible all their subsequent ascents. The truth is that the vessels were dependent upon these legs. At first, they were sustained through them down below. Then, when the legs were folded up, this gave the vessels the power to return and go back up. It is in this sense that Arich Anpin of the first Atzilut is the root of everything. The legs were the part of Arich Anpin in which the vessels were rooted during the time of their descent. Then afterwards, as a result of the folding of the legs, they also became rooted in Cheste Gevura Tiferet as the extent of their repair increased. This proposition has three parts. Part 1, the folding of the legs of Arich Anpin. This explains the concept of the folding of the legs of Arich Anpin. Part 2, the truth is how this folding causes what it causes to the vessels. Part 3, it is in this sense. This explains the reason why it was in Arich Anpin that this occurred. Part 1. The folding of the legs of Arich Anpin was what first gave the broken vessels the power to ascend. We see that this raising of the legs was necessary in order to lift up the vessels for the first time, and nothing further was required from Arich Anpin with respect to the vessels. It was to give the vessels the ability to ascend that this folding of the legs was necessary, and from then on, through the power gained thereby, they can rise to all the heights befitting them, making possible all their subsequent ascents. It was this action of folding the legs that initiated the ability of the vessels to ascend. Part 2. The truth is, even without taking into account that, as it goes on to say, it is the legs of Arich Anpin that sustain the vessels, we could still understand this folding of the legs as an arousal of returning light that reached these vessels. Nevertheless, the actual truth is that the vessels were dependent on these legs. For you have already heard that even when they were in their fallen state down below, a certain radiation, Hi-Ara, still reached them, and that is what sustained them. The radiation came to them from there, that is, from the legs of Arich Anpin, for that is the level on which they were dependent, as explained further in Part 3. Accordingly, during the time when they required a radiation, when they were down below, it came to them from there. And likewise, when they needed to ascend, the power came from there. Accordingly, the proposition continues. At first they were sustained through them down below. This is evident from the fact that with the ascent of the legs, the vessels also ascend. We thus infer that they had some dependency on those legs. We see that as long as the vessels needed to be kept below, the legs were down below and radiated to them, and when the vessels had to rise up, the legs of Arich Anpin were folded up. From this we can understand that the vessels are dependent on these legs, as stated above. When the vessels had to stay below, the legs were below and shined in them. And when the vessels had to ascend, the legs were folded, and the vessels ascended after them. Then, when the legs were folded up, this gave the vessels the power to return and go back up. The folding of the legs came about through the power of the arousal of the return, Hachazara. And this arousal also reached the vessels that were dependent upon them, and they too ascended. Part 3. It is in this sense that Arich Anpin of the first Atzilut is the root of everything. What relation does Arich Anpin have to the vessels? Arich Anpin is the root of everything, and these vessels must also be rooted in Arich Anpin. The legs were the part of Arich Anpin in which the vessels were rooted during the time of their descent. There is nothing lower than the legs, and during the time of their descent, the vessels were rooted only in such a lowly part because of their own lowly status. Then afterwards, as a result of the folding of the legs, they also became rooted in Chesed Gevura Tiferet as the extent of their repair increased. This was what was gained from the folding of the legs, that the vessels also became rooted in Chesed Gevura Tiferet of Arich Anpin, as explained in the writings of the Ari. Chapter 68. All parts of the creation and its laws serve the general repair. The parts that ascend and their various levels and ways of interconnecting are precisely what is necessary for the making of this world in the way it needed to be made, with just so many positive repairs and just so many deficiencies and laws as are necessary to bring the cycle of the governmental order to completion. Having explained what was involved in the repair of the vessels that Ma sorted, selected, and joined back to himself and the ascents they make, we will now explain the law that underlies all of this, whereby all their detailed aspects must be understood. There are two parts to this proposition. Part 1, the parts that ascend, and act. This gives a general introduction to this matter. Part 2, with just so many positive repairs. This explains the introduction. Part 1, the parts that ascend. These are the purified portions selected for what is needed for the vessel of the Partsuf and their various levels. These are the stages of the ascent. Thus, at first the vessels ascended to the place of Netzach Hod Yesod of Atzilut, and afterwards go up to their place little by little. And every Partsuf that went down at first to the top of Beriah ascends from there to Atzilut, with all the other things involved in this, and ways of interconnecting, such as Mach being in Atik in front, while Ban is behind, whereas in Arich Anpin, Mach is right, and Ban is left, and all the other things involved in this are precisely what is necessary. For the Supreme Wisdom undoubtedly calculated exactly everything that was necessary, neither more nor less. For with just 1 degree higher or 1 degree lower, things would immediately be different. For example, if man were 1 level higher than his actual level, he would be like the angels, with no evil inclination, whereas if he were 1 level lower, he would be like an animal. For the making of this world in the way it needed to be made, in order that it should have the exact nature required, in accordance with the ultimate purpose intended through it, namely to provide the possibility of free will and the return of evil to good. Part 2, with just so many positive repairs and just so many deficiencies. We have already explained above that the nature of the different creatures depends on degrees of closure and openness, and making them as strong as necessary and as weak as necessary, and laws as are necessary. This is the mystery of the use of the repairs and deficiencies, each in its necessary time and manner, to bring the cycle of the governmental order to completion. The overall calculation that includes all this is the complete cycle of the governmental order. For everything is calculated in a way that can, through this cycle, reach the overall end, which is perfect goodness. Chapter 69. Balance. Cooperation between all the lights brings the complete repair. The foundation of the repair lies in a balance, such that all the lights must carry out their repairs, taking each other in account. With just so many kinds of openness and so many kinds of closure as will collectively produce a repaired government with all the great orders that enable it to bring about one cycle of the entire creation, whereby everything will end up in a state of goodness and complete perfection. Having explained what happened in order to join Mash and Ban and build the worlds from them, we will now give an overall explanation of the comprehensive order that repairs these worlds. This proposition consists of two parts. Part 1, the state of repair consists of a balance. This states the general nature of the repair. Part 2, there are just as many kinds. This provides further explanation. Part 1, the foundation of the repair lies in a balance. This is the mystery of the balance. matkela, mentioned by the Kabbalistic sages in connection with the mystery of male and female. This is what brings about the repair of the worlds, such that all the lights must carry out their repairs, taking each other in account. Since the governmental order must emerge out of consensus, it is not enough for each power to be for itself alone. It must look towards its fellow powers. In addition to what each needs for its own purposes, it is also provided with what is necessary for the others so as to join with them. Part 2. With just so many kinds of openness and so many kinds of closure. As already explained, it is the different kinds of openness and closure that affect and change the mode of government in order to strengthen things or weaken them as necessary, as will collectively produce a repaired government. This is obvious because everything that exists in the lights produces an effect among the creations in the world. The purpose of all the individual details prepared in the lights is to produce all the required effects in the governmental order that runs those creations. With all the great orders that enable it, no mind can grasp the depth of the great governmental order that the Holy One, blessed be He, operates, which contains things that are seemingly so strange, and yet everything leads only to repair. And the entire order depends upon these laws in all their details, that is, upon the partsufim which govern the worlds. To bring about one cycle of the entire creation, it has already been explained at length that the entire governmental order is only one cycle, at the end of which lies the law of general perfection, whereby everything will end up in a state of goodness and complete perfection. At the end of everything, there must be only good, with no further evil in existence. The cycle will be completed in such a way that everything will be fixed for good, and there will be no further destruction. All the damage will have been repaired, and from then on, there will be only good. Chapter 70. Partsufim. Partsuf, a complete mode of government with 613 parts. A partsuf is how a single light spreads and is revealed in all its particulars in one order, in which certain parts remain interior while others are exterior. Some are higher and others lower. All of them are bound together in one order so as to be joined to one another and governed by one overall governmental law, each in accordance with its own function. Altogether, there are 613 parts, each of which is, in turn, built of a number of smaller parts as required for its complete perfection. After the repair, the Sefirot were made into Partsufim, and this is what we will now discuss. The first thing that must be explained is the concept of a Partsuf. This proposition consists of two parts. Part 1, a Partsuf. This explains under what conditions the term Partsuf is applied. Part 2. Altogether, there are 613. This explains the lights that make up the Partsuf. Part 1. A Partsuf is how a single light spreads and is revealed in all its particulars. The difference between a Sephira and a Partsuf has already been explained above. Our purpose there was to explain the difference in the way they appear in the prophetic vision of the chariot, that is, to explain the place of each in the chariot, which is a composite of all the modes of divine government. Now, however, it is necessary to discuss the concept of Partsuf in more detail in order to provide the necessary foundation to understand the governmental order later on. As stated above, a Partsuf is one of the powers, that is, Sephirot, that becomes differentiated into its constituent parts and conditions in a revealed way, in one order. This is the order, or organizational basis, governing the arrangement of all of the individual details that make up the likeness of man, as discussed earlier, in which certain parts remain interior while others are exterior. In terms of the likeness of man, a fundamental distinction must be made between the interior and the exterior, that is, the internal and external parts. Included here is the concept of the soul and the body. In the body there are three vessels: internal, external, and intermediary. Moreover, we distinguish between the body and its garments, and likewise between inner light and encompassing light, and all the other aspects discussed in the Kabbalistic writings in connection with the various states of the different levels, one within the other. This is called the measure of the thickness, ovi, or breadth. What is understood by this is the way things are clothed one within another. For example, Chokhmah Bina Dat within Chesed Gevura Tiferet, which are within Netzach Hod Yesod. Another fundamental distinction is between the head or start and the end, and between upper and lower, as the proposition goes on to say. Some are higher and others lower. Things can be higher or lower in terms of their proximity to the root or the extent to which they spread in relation to the lower world. This is the measure of the height, Shiur HaKomah. Every upper level has a higher function than the level below it. These concepts enable us to understand the developmental sequence governing the emergence of the Partsufim and also how the lights are connected with one another. All of them are bound together in one order. That is, in that same particular form or likeness, namely, the likeness of man. Through this, we can understand the way the levels are linked to one another, and likewise, how they depend on one another through the principle of mechanical interaction, konenut, like a clock whose wheels meet, and one small wheel moves many great wheels. Various other Kabbalistic concepts also relate to the way the different levels join together and interact, so as to be joined to one another. Each part is joined with another to work in combination as required by the governmental order. Thus, the different levels join together to rule in such a way that when one level is aroused, the level connected with it is also aroused. In addition, there is a spirit, ruach, that goes around through the whole body and governed by one overall governmental law. This is the heart, that is, Tiferet, the center, which through its blood and through the spirit, ruach, within it, governs all the different limbs and organs in accordance with their individual nature. This is how the government of the entire Partsuf emerges from the root, which is the connective bond of the Partsuf through the mystery of the understanding heart. This is a particular facet that stands for this purpose, whereby Bina, Tiferet, and Malkut are joined together, and from there the government emerges in its full depth and truth, each in accordance with its own function. Each part or limb of the Partsuf is governed by the heart in accordance with the nature and function of the part in question. This is obvious because this overall law is literally like the heart, which governs all the limbs. Part 2. Altogether, there are 613 parts. To be a Partsuf, the Sephirah must be differentiated into its particular details. But the truth is that the total number of details is 613. This number is integral to the mystery of the likeness of man, for the Supreme Mind calculated that this was what was necessary in order to give the world the required character, each of which is in turn built of a number of smaller parts. This is also integral to the mystery of the likeness of man. Each part is built of numerous small details, as required for its complete perfection. This was also part of the calculation made by the Supreme Mind in order to lead to complete perfection. Chapter 71. Complete correspondence between the arrangement of the Partsuf and the human form. The arrangement of the lights of the Partsuf, their interconnections, and all their different aspects are exactly like the order of the limbs and organs of man's body. Everything that exists in man has some corresponding aspect in the lights that make up the Partsufim above. Having explained that the Partsufim are rooted in the mystery of the likeness of man, we will now elaborate further on the correspondence between the Partsufim and the human form. And in truth, the physical human form is the offspring of all the Sephirot together and shows everything that can be understood about godliness. This proposition consists of two parts. Part 1. The arrangement of the lights of the Partsuf. This expresses the complete correspondence between the Partsufim and the human form. Part 2. Everything that exists in man. This is the mystery of, and from my flesh I perceive God. Job 19:26. Part 1. The arrangement of the lights of the Partsuf. This arrangement consists of everything discussed in the previous chapter in connection with the measures of thickness or breadth and height, their interconnections. This includes everything discussed there about how they are bound and joined together, and all their different aspects are exactly like the order of the limbs and organs of man's body. In other words, anything that can be said about the nature of man, such as all the different aspects of constitution and character, mezagim, mixes of elements, in short, everything discernible in the human form, in all the affairs of this world, is all rooted above. The underlying foundation of what we see in the world lies in all the different aspects of the flow, shefa, emanating from the lights, which sustains all the different aspects of human service in this world, governing the indwelling of higher levels within lower levels and all the other characteristics of the lights. All that can be said about the supreme Partsufim follows the corresponding aspects in the human form. Part 2. Everything that exists in man has some corresponding aspect in the lights. This is the mystery of, and from my flesh I perceive God. Job 19:26. For this is the way to investigate and discover what exists in the Sephirot through the creations in the lower world, just as what exists in the lower creations can be known through the Sephirot. Indeed, what falls under our scrutiny initially is that which exists in the lower creations. It is necessary to rise up to the source, to understand things properly in the light of the link that joins the lower world with the upper world, namely, the link between the resultant effect and its cause, that make up the Partsufim above. That is, it is in the Partsufim that we find this differentiation into particulars and not in the Sephirot. Chapter 72. The Partsufim, male and female, and the differences between them. Some of the Partsufim are male and some are female. That is, some of them channel kindness and some judgment. Through their coupling, the flows are joined together, giving birth to the necessary action. For there is nothing that does not have the agreement of the two qualities of kindness and judgment, and there are certain differences in the lights of the male and female, as well as a real difference in their law of operation. But as regards any difference in form, any real difference, this is found only in the lights that are involved in the channeling, namely the Yesids, for these are the ones that perform the channeling, and all the different parts of the Partsuf are drawn to them to flow forth in accordance with their law. Having discussed the Partsufim and what they have in common, we must now explain in what respect they differ from one another. This proposition consists of two parts. Part 1, some of the Partsufim. This states in general terms in what respect the Partsufim differ from one another. Part 2, and there are certain differences. This explains where this difference lies. Part 1. Some of the Partsufim are male and some are female. This is obvious because the intention follows the principle of balance, matkela, to repair everything through the mystery of male and female, as discussed earlier. That is, some of them channel, for as you have already heard, the function of the Partsufim is to channel the light that originates from Ein Sof, blessed be He, so that it should be drawn down continually through a chain of cause and effect. Kindness and some judgment. This has already been explained in connection with the mystery of MAH and BAN. The principle that underlies the flow of influence, hashpa'ah, is that this flow must be a combination of kindness and judgment. There are three reasons for this. The first is that there has to be reward and punishment. The second reason is that the actual flow of sustenance, shefa, that needs to enter the world on all sides must come with the agreement of these two qualities. Where necessary, judgment will agree with kindness, and where necessary, the reverse. This way, the government in its entirety extends to all that exists. Any place where it is proper to give sway to the influence of kindness is within the reach of the influence of kindness, while any place where it is necessary to give sway to judgment is within the reach of the power of judgment. However, both kindness and judgment are required to supervise all the details, so that in a place where it is necessary to strengthen the one or the other, they will see to it that they do so, whereas in a place where they must agree, they will see to it that they agree. The third reason why the flow of influence must be a combination of kindness and judgment is that the creations themselves include some that emerge from, display and reveal the root of kindness, while others derive from and allude to the side of judgment. Both must exist continually. Even in a single creature, there are aspects that stem from the side of kindness and aspects that stem from the side of judgment. The same applies to Ma and Ba, as discussed earlier. Every creation must be a combination of these two factors, and each root must influence and sustain its offshoot. Through their coupling, the flows are joined together. The purpose of coupling is so that the resultant influences should not emerge from two places in two different directions. Rather, the resultant influence will already be a combination of all these factors and will divide up afterwards down below to reach the necessary places. Giving birth to the necessary action, after the combining of the influences is complete, the action goes forth. Unquote, goes forth. Unquote, goes forth. The reason is that there is no action whatever that will not include a share of both kindness and judgment, and therefore the action is only born out of these two influences after they have already been joined together. For there is nothing that does not have the agreement of the two qualities of kindness and judgment. It is impossible to conceive of anything, however small, that is not a combination of these two. That is why every action requires all this in order to be able to come into being. Part 2. And there are certain differences in the lights of the male and female. This is obvious, because the lights produce their effect according to their function, and if the effects are different, we may infer that there is a difference in the lights. One is the light of kindness, while the other is the light of judgment. As well as a real difference in their law of operation. The difference is not necessarily in the form of the lights, but in their character. This is plainly visible in the human form. There are innate differences between males and females in aspects such as voice, appearance, physical strength, and so on. The root of all this must lie above. But as regards any difference in form, as stated above, the difference is not in the form of the lights, but rather in their character. On the contrary, they are equal inasmuch as they share the same overall form of the species. However, in their specific individual form, there will certainly be a difference, except that it is a difference that is not tangible. For example, the softer lines of the female face, as stated above. Any real difference. We are not talking about a quantitative difference, one of more or less, but rather about a substantive difference. The only such difference is in their yesids, as the proposition goes on to state. This is found only in the lights that are involved in the channeling, for each light functions according to its purpose, and its form is suited to its required function. The function changes according to the change in the form in which that function is rooted. Since different influences have to be drawn down, the lights involved in the channeling of the influence have to be different, which is why it is in their nature to draw down a different influence, namely the yesods. In the human form, it is obvious that there is a genuine and complete difference between the organs of reproduction of the male and female. This shows that it is here that the root of the difference lies, because aside from this, both male and female consist of 613 parts and other shared aspects. Where they differ is in the way they draw down their influence. The truth is that there is a difference between male and female in everything relating to the Yesod. The proof case is that of the castrate, who has no beard, and so on, a change in form that depends on the Yesod. For these are the ones that perform the channeling. This is obvious, for the function of the Yesod is only as a river coming out from Eden, Genesis 2:10, drawing the influence to the necessary place. And all the different parts of the Partsuf are drawn to them to flow forth in accordance with their law. For the Yesods are aroused first, and they draw forth influence from all the different parts of the Partsuf, commensurate with their arousal. The other limbs draw down influence from Ein Sof, until everything is drawn down to the Yesod, as will be discussed later in its appropriate place. All this is clearly visible in the human form. And since the entire channeling of influence depends upon the Yesods and the other limbs are subject to them in this respect, it is sufficient for the difference to be in the Yesods in order to bring about the necessary difference in the government. Chapter 73. Different degrees of connection of male and female in different Partsufim. The connection of the male and female aspects constitutes perfection, and this is how the influence is channeled. Accordingly, wherever the male and female are closer together in and of themselves, this indicates a level of perfection that requires no work on the part of the lower creations. The further apart they become from one another, the more it indicates a want of perfection and that work is needed there on the part of the lower creations. Having explained the overall difference between the male and female Partsufim, we must now explain the difference between one male and another, and between one female and another. There are two parts to this proposition. Part 1, the connection. When the male and female aspects are connected, this is perfection. Part 2, accordingly, unquote. It is in the degree of the connection that there are differences. Part 1, the connection of the male and female aspects constitutes perfection. This is clearly so, because male and female are the mystery of kindness and judgment, and the connection between them brings sweetening, since kindness sweetens the strict judgments. Moreover, the female is the receiver, Mekabel, while the male is the active influence, Mashpia. The entire function of evil is only to separate the receiver from the source of influence. From this you may infer the converse, that when male and female are joined, it is because evil is powerless to distance the receiver from the source of influence. It follows that the connection of male and female is perfection. And this is how the influence is channeled. It is through their coupling that the influence is drawn down, and accordingly, wherever the coupling is greater, the flow of influence is greater. Part 2, accordingly, wherever the male and female are closer together in and of themselves, this indicates a level of perfection. In the light of what we have said, this should be obvious. For the whole purpose of men's service is to bring about the coupling of the male and female aspects in order to conciliate and sweeten the attribute of judgment and enable the recipient to be attached to its source of influence. When this is already intrinsically the case, because on such a high level there is no evil and therefore no need to conciliate and sweeten the attribute of judgment, it follows that there is no need for work on the part of man. This is a level of perfection that requires no work on the part of the lower creations. The further apart they become from one another, the distance between them increases gradually, level by level. In the Partsuf of Atik, there is a great connection with male and female, both everywhere in the Partsuf. In the case of Arich Anpin, the male is on the right and the female on the left, but still in one Partsuf. Abba and Ima are male and female and are two Partsufim, yet they emerge as one and dwell as one. Zeir and Nukva are two separate Partsufim, and also their coupling is not continuous. Thus man's main service lies in bringing about the union of Tiferet and Malkut, respectively Zer Anpin and the Nukva. Accordingly, the further apart they are from one another, the more it indicates a want of perfection, and that work is needed there on the part of the lower creations. Chapter 74. The Partsuf of Atik. Atik, Malchut of Adam Kadmon, is clothed in and governs Atzilut. Atik is the first Partsuf attributed to Atzilut. Atik is Malchut of Adam Kadmon, which extends with the repairs required for this and clothes itself in Atzilut in order to bind it with Adam Kadmon and to sustain it and govern it. Until now, we have been discussing the Partsufim in general. We will now begin to explain what the Partsufim are individually. This proposition consists of two parts. Part 1. Atik is the first. This comes to explain that Atik is the first Partsuf. Part 2. Atik is Malkut. This explains its function. Part 1. Atik is the first Partsuf attributed to Atzilut. In other words, it is one of the Sefirot of Adam Kadmon, as the proposition goes on to state, yet it is considered to relate to Atzilut. Part 2. Atik is Malkut of Adam Kadmon. As already explained, every Sephirah that rules on its own is called a Partsuf in its own right. Since Malkut of Adam Kadmon has a function of its own, namely to govern Atzilut, it is therefore called a Partsuf, which extends with the repairs required for this. For in one place, the Kabbalistic teachings state that Atik was made from Ma and Ban. Elsewhere, however, it appears that Atik is Malkut of Adam Kadmon, and it cannot be said that Adam Kadmon was constructed of Ma and Ban. The explanation is that in order to govern Atzilut, it was necessary for Malkut of Adam Kadmon to take on these aspects, that is, of Ma and Ban, and they are its repairs. For it is with this power that Malkut of Adam Kadmon governs Atzilut and clothes itself in Atzilut, that is, in Arich Anpin of Atzilut, which includes the entire world, in order to bind it with Adam Kadmon. This is clearly so, because the governmental bond requires the branch to be bound up with the root in order to receive maintenance and direction. Accordingly, the proposition continues, and to sustain it, that is, the existence of the branch, depends on the root and govern it. The higher level governs the lower, and the latter is the effect of the former. Chapter 75. Atik's male and female aspects are literally one body. The Partsuf of Atik is built of Mah and Ban, and they are its male and female aspects, standing literally in one joint entity, like one body, such that it is impossible to assign them a place and call this one right and the other left. Rather, they are joined together in literally one entity made out of both of them into one body. Having discussed Atik in general terms, we will now go into greater detail, starting with how Atik is constructed. The proposition consists of two parts. Part 1, the Partsuf of Atik. This explains the male and female aspects of Atik. Part 2, standing. 2. This explains how they are arranged. Part 1, the Partsuf of Atik. As stated in the previous chapter, in order for Malkut of Adam Kadmon to become a Partsuf, it had to extend and unfold so as to manifest certain specific repairs. These particular repairs consist of the aspects of Ma and Ban that are joined together therein. Is built of Ma and Ban, and they are its male and female aspects. You see already that the male aspects always derive from Ma-H, while the female aspects derive from Ban. However, where the male and female aspects are separate from one another, as in the case of the lower Partsufim, which are either male or female, each receives the opposite aspect from the other and this is why we discern MAH and BAN in both of them. Even though ban is found also in the male partsuf and ma in the female, this is because the male received the ban from the female and vice versa. Here, however, on the level of atik, where both male and female stand together, there is no need for this. On the contrary, they divide up in the partsuf itself, ma'a as the male and ba'a as the female. Part 2. Standing literally in one entity. In other words, on this level, the power of perfection is so great that the male and female aspects stand without any break between them, like one body. They are considered merely as two aspects combined in one body, such that it is impossible to assign them a place and call this one right and the other left. Herein lies the superiority of atik over arich anpin, where the male and female aspects are also in one body. However, in arich anpin they are respectively to the right and the left, whereas in atik, one is the front and the other is the back. In one way, this may not appear superior at all, but the point is that in arich anpin, each has its own place, one on the right side and the other on the left, whereas in atik, both of them are on both sides, right and left. Rather, they are joined together in literally one joint entity made out of both of them into one body. It might appear as if calling one the front and the other the back is a spatial description, but the truth is that they are not front and back in the same sense as we will be using these terms later. Rather, they are literally like two simple entities which, through being combined, become one body made of both of them. Both are compounded together in every place with no way of separating them. We can only say in general terms that in every place where the female is found, it is considered the back of wherever it is. In other words, in every part of atik, there are male and female aspects, and in relative terms, the female is behind in relation to the male. The female thus has no specific place, which is not so in the case of arich anpin, where the female is on the left. Chapter 76. The back in atik, the face of ban, is the back of the face of mach. The phenomenon of the back part, where the lights are darkened and do not radiate, is also not seen in atik, for all of atik shows a face on every side. The aspect of the back is absorbed within the aspect of the face that holds sway there, except that there is a face because of ma and a face because of ban, and the face of ban is considered like the back of that of ma-ha. Following our general discussion of atik, we must now explain one more detail that must be understood in connection with its male and female aspects. This proposition consists of two parts. Part 1, the phenomenon of the back part. Atik has no actual back. Part 2, except that there is a face. Nevertheless, there is an aspect of back. Part 1, the phenomenon of the back part, where the lights are darkened. This too can be understood by considering the human form, which has a front, the face, facing and directed towards others, and a back, which is turned away and cannot be used to face anything. Similarly, the lights have an aspect through which they intentionally direct and set themselves on course in a particular direction, while other aspects are inferior to the face, inasmuch as they lack this radiation and are subordinate to the main lights. Viewing the face, one finds a strong radiation powerfully directed towards the spectator, while looking at the back part is like standing behind a person's shoulders and do not radiate. This darkness is not caused by any flaw. This is how it is by nature. For there are two levels in viewing the light: viewing its primary location, or looking somewhere less essential, where the radiation is less complete because that place is not recognizable as a face directed towards the onlooker. Is also not seen in atik. This indicates that there is no judgment there at all. For the concept of the back part, akoraim, indicates removal and departure, in the sense that the lights are not directed downwards to the lower realm. Atik, however, which is the root of the complete and perfect governmental order, as will be discussed below, is all complete mercy, showing the face of sweetness on every side. Thus, the proposition goes on to say, for all of Atik shows a face on every side. The aspect of the back is absorbed within the aspect of the face that holds sway there. This answers an apparent difficulty. For we are saying that the face of Ma is to the front of Atik, while the face of Ban is behind, and this may appear similar to the state of back-to-back in Zeir and Nukva, where, on the contrary, this is a deficiency, and they cannot couple unless they come face to face. Yet, here we are presenting this as an advantage. This difficulty is resolved when we understand that the relationship between the male and female aspects in Atik is not the same as in the case of Zeir and Nukva. In the case of the latter, there is indeed a back part, and it is in order to protect the back from the husks, kelipat, that the back is concealed within through the back-to-back state of the partsufim. However, in the case of Atik, the phenomenon of the back part does not exist. No back is revealed because of the great power of the face. Two things are thereby resolved. Firstly, the male and female aspects in Atik are not back-to-back, as in the case of Zeir and Nukva, because here, on the level of Atik, there is no back part. Secondly, they are able to couple together, for the state of Atik is called face-to-face, since there is only a face on every side. For the category of the back part does not exist there at all, but is absorbed within the lights of the face. There is not the negative aspect of back-to-back required, when two partsufim must protect their back parts from the husks, precisely because the two lack unity. The fact that Atik is a single partsuf that is all face shows the perfection of Atik, and there is no higher level of coupling and partnership than this. Part 2. Except that there is a face because of Ma, and a face because of Ban. Clearly, since they are two lights, they have two kinds of face. And the face of Ban is considered like the back of that of Mash. This is because they shine less than the face of Mash, and they are slightly tilted because of the root of judgment. Nevertheless, they are not actual back, for they too look forth and shine to one who looks there. Chapter 77. Coupling in Atik. The connection of these male and female aspects of Atik is literally like two powers joined together within one body. This explains the concept of the coupling of Atik and his female aspect, since they are literally like one body. The connection of these male and female aspects of Atik. We have already stated that coupling takes place wherever male and female are found, and it is necessary to understand what this means in the case of the male and female aspects of Atik, which are in one compound. Is literally like two powers joined together within one body. In other words, their joining with one another is what completes that body. This very joining is their coupling, for coupling means acting in partnership. Chapter 78. The root of the concealed government. A trace of all faulty deeds remains even after their repair in order to reveal perfection. The consequences of each and every deed ever performed remain in existence even though the deed is already in the past. Thus, when a flaw has been repaired, the trace of the flaw does not disappear, but rather it is registered as a flaw that received its repair, and the reverse also applies. This is because nothing is forgotten before his throne of glory, and at the end of the entire cycle, there will be a complete repair, taking into account everything that was done, whether good or bad. Having discussed the partsuf of Atik in general terms, we must now examine Atik's function in the overall government and the way Atik is ordered accordingly. We must begin by explaining some fundamental aspects of the government that require all these orders of Atik. There are two parts to this proposition. Part 1. The consequences. This explains the principle that all deeds leave their mark above. Part 2. And at the end. And. This explains what is gained through this mark left by all deeds. Part 1. The consequences of each and every deed ever performed remain in existence, even though the deed is already in the past. This means that every action adds either a flaw or a repair to the overall governmental order, and the action that comes after it is judged in accordance with what went before it. For there is no comparison between a flaw that comes after a repair and a repair that comes after a flaw, or between a flaw that comes after a flaw that has been repaired, or a repair that comes after a repair that became flawed. There are unending possibilities. Thus, when a flaw has been repaired, the trace of the flaw does not disappear. Everything that is done below is registered above, in order that the judgment that is passed afterwards will take account of what happened previously. But rather, it is registered as a flaw that received its repair. And the reverse also applies. In other words, each thing is registered in its uniqueness with all that distinguishes it from everything else, after how many other repairs and how many flaws it came, and all the other individual details that can be discerned in it. This is because nothing is forgotten before His throne of glory. Needless to say, there is no forgetfulness before God, since forgetfulness is a contingency of the physical body. What is meant here is that the governmental order is made in such a way that when judging a given deed, the entire past is examined and taken into account. Part 2. And at the end of the entire cycle, the gain that comes from the way everything leaves its mark above is because all that happens is part of the cycle of the wheel that continues turning until the end, in order to show the subsequent perfection through the very power of the cycle. Deficiencies that existed in the past. If so, everything must be revealed as one in order for the perfection to rectify everything, and then this truth will be understood properly. There will be a complete repair. This is obvious, since, as I have said, the overall perfection will bring about the complete repair of all the defects that existed in the past, taking into account everything that was done, that is, during the time of the cycle of the wheel, because the purpose of the cycle was to reach this final rest, whether good or bad. Through examining things in their unique particularity, all the different aspects of the rule of concealment, the residue, will be understood. Thus, in the future, it will be understood how the residue was coming ever closer to repair, even when it appeared that faulty deeds were making everything go backwards. It will then be seen how the line continued to sustain the world throughout the time of the rule of concealment in order not to let it reach the point of actual destruction, and how it engineered the cycle in such a way as to reach that state of rest in the end, as will be discussed further below. Chapter 79. The Great Day of Judgment, Complete Repair and Receiving the Reward. The Great Day of Judgment is when all the deeds of the world will be laid out in their proper order, just as they were performed, from the beginning of the world until its end. In the light of all of this, perfection will reign through the revelation of the knowledge of His unity. Blessed be His name. In accordance with the perfection that will then reign, the eternal reward will be established forever and ever, and to all eternity, endlessly and without limits. Having discussed how all deeds leave their mark and how this serves to reveal God's perfection through all that exists, we must now explain how and when this revelation will come about. The proposition has two parts. Part 1. The Great Day of Judgment. This is the day when God is destined to judge all His works. The purpose of this will be to lay out His entire judgment from the beginning of the governmental order until the end, to prove to man the righteousness of His laws. Thus, the proposition states that this day of judgment is when all the deeds of the world will be laid out in their proper order, just as they were performed. In other words, to ascertain the true nature and significance of things as they really are, it is not sufficient for them to be judged according to what they are in themselves. Everything that came before them must also be taken into account from the beginning of the world until its end. This is why the great day of judgment comes at the end, when all the deeds will have been done, in order to include everything in it. Part 2. In the light of all this, perfection will reign, that is, the repair of all the deficiencies, as explained earlier. Through the revelation of the knowledge of His unity, blessed be His name. In other words, as explained above, this revelation of unity shows that the power and control are His alone. In accordance with the perfection that will then reign, the eternal reward will be established forever and ever and to all eternity, endlessly and without limits. There is another benefit in the Great Judgment, and this stems from what we have already explained, that through the revelation of the unity, the eternal reward will be determined for all who served. Each one's delight in the supreme perfection will be commensurate with his service in revealing the unity. Chapter 80. BAN and MAH are the root of all defects and repairs. All the different kinds of defects that could possibly exist were rooted in BAN, and all the different kinds of repairs for all of these defects are rooted in the interconnections whereby Ma joins with BAN. Accordingly, everything that was and will be was already rooted here, and this is through the mystery of God's foreknowledge. And ultimately, it will be understood how all this was necessary in order to complete the overall perfection through the mystery of His unity. Having discussed how the Great Judgment will be a full reckoning of the defects and repairs, we must now provide further explanation of the overall root involved in all this. This proposition contains two parts. Part 1, all the different kinds. This states a premise about the root of the defects and their repairs. Part 2, accordingly, end quote. This explains the corollary of the above premise. Part 1, all the different kinds of defects that could possibly exist. Clearly, all the different processes on the level of the Sephirot are nothing but ready-made pathways, whether for good or for the opposite, heaven forbid. In order to provide a place for man's service of God, through having the freedom to do either good or bad, were rooted in BAN. And all the different kinds of repairs for all these defects are rooted in the interconnections whereby MAH joins with BAN. For the different pathways with which MAH is interconnected with BAN are precisely the pathways required in order to repair these defects. Part 2. Accordingly, everything that was and will be was already rooted here. For ready prepared here is everything that can possibly exist throughout all of time, depending on man's deeds. And this is through the mystery of God's foreknowledge. For God foresaw all that was destined to be. He foresaw the deeds of the righteous, Bereshit Rabbah 3:8. And accordingly, He prepared here the repairs that would suffice for all that was destined to be. And ultimately, it will be understood how all this was necessary in order to complete the overall perfection. After the deficiencies have become known, how many there are, and how far they reach, the need for all the different pathways of repair prepared here will then be understood in retrospect. At the outset, however, this could not be known except to God, who in His supreme knowledge knew everything. Through the mystery of His unity, all that relates to the repair of the deficiencies comes to complete the revelation of God's overall perfection. For in proportion to the deficiencies, so is the perfection that is revealed when the necessary repair is brought about through the mystery of the revelation of the supreme unity. Chapter 81. The concealed governmental order, the root of free will. The revealed governmental order, the Partsufim of Atzilut. The joining of Ma and Ban through these interconnections is the true root of the entire governmental order. However, it is impossible for this root to be revealed. Quite the contrary, the entire government depends on the concealment of this root. For then men act on their level in accordance with their freedom of choice, while the Holy One, blessed be He, carries out His plan. For the concealment itself is what brings about the repair. Accordingly, there is on the one hand the order whose function the Holy One, blessed be He, displays. This is the order of Atzilut with its various partsufim. On the other hand, there is the concealed root which lies in the way Ma'H is joined with Ban, and this is not known. Further to our discussion of the interconnections between Ma'H and Ban, let us now examine how they are arranged. There are two parts to this proposition. Part 1, the joining. This is a premise relating to the connection of Ma and Ban. Part 2, accordingly. This is the corollary of the above premise. Part 1, the joining of Ma and Ban through these interconnections. If Mach and Ban were merely linked directly, each sephirah of the one being joined with the corresponding sephirah of the other, Keter with Keter, Chokhmah with Chokhmah, etc. On every level of the interior and encompassing lights and all the vessels, interior and exterior in both cases, then all we would need to understand about this matter is that every level has to be a composite of MAH and BAN. However, this is not the way they are connected. For while the partsufim of Atzilut are all a composite of Ma'H and Ban, the respective sephirot of Ma'H and Ban in each case are not parallel to one another. Rather, there is a unique arrangement, as is evident from the order in which the partsufim were sorted and purified, that governs the way Ma and Ban are combined in each of the different partsufim. The fact that there is a unique arrangement shows that there is a particular purpose here which goes beyond what we would have expected had the connection been direct. In the light of this, we must understand the partsufim of Atzilut, their arrangement and the way they rule, as a single tree that constitutes a complete order of government as required for the creations. However, prior to all of Atzilut, there is this connection of Ma and Ban, and the partsufim were produced in accordance with the way that Ma and Ban interconnect. We must therefore say that first there must exist this root of the governmental order which arranges these interconnections, and only afterwards the governmental order itself comes forth through the partsufim. Thus, the connection of Ma with Ban is the true root of the entire governmental order. However, the truth is that this root order is not known to us. Only the order of the partsufim, which emerges from this root, is known to us. We may thus infer that the order of Atzilut is the order which the Supreme Will wanted to reveal to us, but this very order itself is very deeply rooted in its own root, which He does not want to reveal to us, the true root. Even though it does not seem so, this is really the true root, because while we only see the government emerging from the partsufim of Atzilut, we know that its root lies here. However, it is impossible for this root to be revealed. There is a reason why the governmental order requires that the one should be revealed and the other should not be revealed. Quite the contrary, the entire government depends on the concealment of this root. This root is the level of God's foreknowledge, where all that was to be afterwards, the defects, deriving from BAN, and all the repairs for all these defects, deriving from MAH, were already revealed. On the other hand, the entire service of man depends upon this supreme knowledge being concealed from them. For if they had this knowledge, they would have no free will, and there would be no service and no reward or punishment. Since the intention of the governmental order is to provide a place for man's service and for reward and punishment, it was necessary for this root to be concealed. For then, men act on their level in accordance with their freedom of choice. Since foreknowledge of what is going to happen is withheld from people, if they do something and succeed, they are not aware that what they were going to accomplish was already known. On the other hand, if they make an effort to do something without being able to accomplish it, they still receive a good reward for their effort, whereas had they known they were not going to succeed, they would not have made the effort, and so on. while the Holy One, blessed be He, carries out His plan. In other words, ultimately the truth is that what God with His foreknowledge knew is going to happen is what happens, for the concealment itself is what brings about the repair. Through the cycle whereby evil reverts to good, it is revealed that the purpose of the concealment was for the sake of the repair, in order to bring about the possibility of free will. Part 2. Accordingly, there is on the one hand the order whose function the Holy One, blessed be He, displays. For out of this first hidden root of the governmental order come the partsufim, which make up a single visible order. However, we always know that every aspect that we see in this revealed order has a root and a cause that lies in the concealed root, which exists to bring about the possibility of man's service. And this root we cannot know. Thus, on the one hand, there is the revealed order. This is the order of Atzilut with its various partsufim. On the other hand, there is the concealed root, which lies in the way Mah is joined with Ban, and this is not known. Chapter 82. The role of different souls in the overall repair. Variations in the fortunes of the righteous are rooted in the hidden connection of Ma and Ban. The repair allotted as the task of each individual soul stems from the way this interconnection of Mah and Ban is arranged. And this is the root cause of why in some cases the righteous enjoy a good life, while in other cases they suffer. From the way the souls are rooted in the partsufim of Atzilut, there appears to be no valid reason for this. But the truth is that the root of this mystery lies in this hidden connection. Further to our explanation of this concealed root, we will now discuss the way it affects the governmental order. The repair allotted as the task of each individual soul. The Supreme Mind did not create more souls than were necessary for the task, for He calculated everything, the human form, as the key to the way man's service and the commandments of the Torah are ordered, and the human form as the key to the way the souls are ordered. Thus, each soul has its own root repair to carry out, and this contributes to the successive repair of all aspects of existence according to what is allotted to that soul. Stems from the way this interconnection of Mah and Ban is arranged. For the souls are rooted in these levels that we have been discussing. The Yechida is from Adam Kadmon, and it is from there that they receive their mission, each according to its particular root. If this is the level where the souls are rooted, it is because the entire governmental order operates first and foremost through and for the souls, and from them it extends to all the different creations and all the worlds. The entire creation serves man, and therefore the creation is arranged according to the service required of the souls. And this is the root cause of why in some cases the righteous enjoy a good life, while in other cases they suffer. On that level, there is a logically necessary reason why one righteous individual may have a good life while another suffers. This is the concept of the fortune, mazal, of the hour that affects people's destiny. For this depends on the individual root of the soul, but not its individual root in Atzilut. The mazal, the soul's share in the overall service, depends upon the interconnections of Maha and Ban that are rooted in the unknown head, but not upon Atzilut, where the service is founded on the principle of merit, reward, and punishment. From the way the souls are rooted in the partsufim of Atzilut. For just as there are two orders of government, the concealed order rooted in the unknown head and the revealed order of Atzilut, so the souls are rooted in both of them. Initially, they were rooted in the hidden level, and afterwards, they enter and take root in the revealed order of Atzilut. There appears to be no valid reason for this. This was why Moses had difficulty with the suffering of the righteous, and moreover, the Holy One, blessed be He, answered him, I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious. Exodus 33:19. Even though he may not be worthy. Berachot 7a. For according to the root of the soul in Atzilut, they did not deserve this lot. But the truth is that the root of this mystery lies in this hidden connection. Chapter 83. The parts of Ma and Ban, from which the Partsufim were made, are not discernible in the governmental order. The Partsufim of Atzilut were made through the process of sorting and selection of the parts of the broken vessels. However, what they are made from is now no longer recognizable because the selected parts are already joined together, making the Partsufim equal, those made from certain selected portions being similar to those made from other selected portions. The Partsufim of Atzilut were made through the process of sorting and selection of the parts of the broken vessels. If there were any discernible difference between one Partsuf and another, because of the parts of Ma and Ban selected for their construction in each case, then despite the concealment of the governmental order of Ma and Ban for the sake of free will, its functioning would still be recognizable as a result. However, no such difference can be discerned, because what was, the selection has already been made, and Atzilut is one single order in which every aspect instituted as a Partsuf comes and governs. With respect to this order, there is no distinction at all between the different Partsufim, except in terms of which incline towards kindness or judgment, etc., but not in terms of the selected parts from which they were made in each case, whether less, more, or different. Our only concern is with the way the Partsuf in question governs once it has been fixed in its place in Atzilut. The specific combination of selected parts in each case is not decisive in the revealed governmental order, but only in the concealed governmental order. However, what they are made from is now no longer recognizable. For example, a tik is made from the first 5 Sephirot of Keter of Ban, the first 3 Sephirot of Chokhmah, the first 4 of Bina, and the 7 Keters of the 7 lower Sephirot. But these things are not recognizable in the revealed governmental order. We can compare this to a group of people assigned various duties by the king. We distinguish between the different people not in terms of any differences that may exist in their personal physical build, but only in terms of their individual assignments. The king assigns each one his particular duty because of his unique qualities, which are known to the king. However, the people involved do not have to understand why the king assigned a particular duty to a particular person. All they have to know is which duty they have been assigned. Because the selected parts are already joined together. Once joined together, their intrinsic nature became hidden and is now not visible, making the Partsufim equal. When the selected parts were joined together in each case, this produced a Partsuf with the full nature required for the governmental order of Atzilut. Whatever had more parts needed more labor to attain this state, but once it reached it, it reached it. Similarly, it may take more to repair a vessel that is more seriously damaged, but having been repaired, it is no less functional than a vessel that was less severely damaged. Thus, a Partsuf made of few selected parts with minimal labor attained the same as one made of many parts with much labor. What was required at the outset is no longer recognizable because, inasmuch as they are Partsufim, they are all equal in the sense of being built with the same structure, the human form. Those made from certain selected portions being similar to those made from other selected portions. Chapter 84. The different parts of Ma and Ban in each Partsuf have a concealed influence, but outwardly all are equal. The way Ma is joined with Ban in the different Partsufim as a result of the process of selection and sorting that took place is certainly not without purpose. On the contrary, it gives the Partsufim important qualities, except that these are concealed within them. What is visible is only what was produced after the process of selection. And the order in which they are made to function depends on the identical form which all of them already have in common. Although the way Ma and Ban are combined in the different Partsufim is not recognizable, it nevertheless has a purpose in the governmental order. This proposition consists of two parts. Part 1. The way MAH is joined with ban. The way they are combined is not without purpose. Part 2. Except that these are concealed. The resulting qualities are nevertheless concealed. Part 1. The way Mach is joined with Ban in the different Partsufim as a result of the process of selection and sorting that took place. This refers to the interconnection we discussed earlier. Is certainly not without purpose. In other words, the way they are joined together in each case is not without purpose in the Partsufim themselves. For the way in which Ma and Ban are combined is not merely the root of the governmental order above, for it cannot fail to leave some mark on the Partsufim themselves. If the way Ma and Ban are joined were merely one overall hidden root of the governmental order, this would have had to be a separate level by itself, out of which another level, Atzilut, would have then emerged. In that case, the unknown head would have been no more than an intermediary level, out of which Atzilut as a whole developed, and would not have needed to have expression in each individual Partsuf through the particular combination of Ma and Ban making. Up that Partsuf. Since the Partsufim themselves are in each case built of unique combinations of different parts of Ma'ah and Ba'ah, the combination of the two is not merely a general preparation for the world of Atzilut, but must have an influence on the Partsufim themselves. On the contrary, it gives the Partsufim important qualities. The way Ma and Ban are combined has an effect on the actual Partsufim themselves, except that it is not visible. Part 2. Except that these are concealed within them. The functioning of the Partsufim themselves has two different aspects. The first is how Ma and Ban are combined in each Partsuf. The second is how the Partsuf functions as a Partsuf in Atzilut. The latter aspect is revealed, while the former is concealed. What is visible is only what was produced after the process of selection. This is the essential aspect in Atzilut itself, and the order in which they are made to function. This is the order in which they are arranged after their selection and purification. However, after this process of selection, they are all equal. If so, this order is based not on the differences between them, but rather on what they have in common. Accordingly, only what is compatible with this purpose is visible, while the rest is concealed within it. Depends on the form which all of them already have in common, for this was not ordered during the process of selection. Rather, this is the order that held sway after the selection process as a result of what had already been done, and therefore all the Partsufim have the same form. It is as if all are composed out of the same parts of Ma and Ban, each Partsuf being constructed out of 613 limbs. Chapter 85. The Unknown Head. The root of the interconnections between Ma'H and Bayan lies in the unknown head, while the results are found in the Partsufim, and both are concealed. The location of the governmental order that depends on the interconnection of Ma with Ban is in the unknown head. The way this governmental order operates gives rise to a governmental order of major importance in the Partsufim. However, neither the underlying order nor its consequences are ascertainable or understandable in the least, except that at times certain movements are seen in the Partsufim whose root is unknown, but the truth is that they derive from here. Having discussed this governmental order of Ma and Ban, we will now examine its location. This proposition has two parts. Part 1, the location. This explains where this governmental order is located. Part 2, however, this location is concealed. Part 1, the location of the governmental order. Every function is carried out on its own level. This level will either be one of the overall 10 Sefirot or a particular aspect of one of them. There has to be a place in which the function in question is fixed. from which its branches and resulting consequences extend to every place where they reach. That each function has its own level should be quite clear, because each light, or, is one law of the supreme attribute which shines through the luminary, ma'or, in question. Since it has already been instituted that each law should shine as one light, the entire governmental order comes to teach about the will of God, and therefore each law is a light. Since each law is one light, and the overall governmental order is a single law, it follows that the entire governmental order is one light on a level of its own. That depends on the interconnection of MAH with BAN is in the unknown head, for the Partsufim are in Atzilut, but Atik is higher than all of them and is the head of all of them, and this was the first place where the joining of Ma-H and Ban occurred. For the way they interconnect certainly has to be decided immediately at the outset, since before they start to join, it is necessary to lay down the pathway whereby the interconnection will be made. Once it has been laid down in this way, the same path will be followed in all the places lower down. The way this governmental order operates gives rise to a governmental order of major importance in the Partsufim. This should be clear in the light of our discussion in the previous chapter. However, neither the underlying order nor its consequences, that is, what it brings about in the Partsufim, are ascertainable or understandable in the least. This is why it is called the unknown head, even though at times certain movements are seen in the Partsufim whose root is unknown. The truth is that they derive from here. This brings us to the subject of the uncertainties in the unknown head. Chapter 86. The uncertainties in the unknown head and their consequences in the Partsufim, opposites that all exist. All the different kinds of interconnections that could possibly exist between Ma-H and BAN were indeed made, and the essential concealed governmental order follows them all. There are ways of connecting that are opposite in nature, yet even so, both connections exist, because this is the way the Partsufim are compounded, and both give rise to certain qualities in the Partsufim. The way these combinations rule above governs what happens in the Partsufim. However, this is not fathomable or visible in the least. Except that when we observe the differences found in the Partsufim in various different states and certain other changes that take place in them, we know that these derive from the way Ma, Ha, and Ban are joined. However, no one sees them for what they truly are. Having explained the location of the governmental order arising out of this interconnection of MAH and BAN, we will now consider it in more detail and discuss the uncertainties contained in the unknown head. The proposition consists of two parts. Part 1, all the different kinds of connections. This explains what is contained in the unknown head as a result of the way Mash and Ban join together. Part 2, the way these combinations rule above. How this affects the Partsufim. Part 1, all the different kinds of connections that could possibly exist between MAH and BAN. This whole subject relates to the uncertainties, sefekot, discussed by the ARI of blessed memory in connection with the unknown head. These are uncertainties relating to the way Ma and Ban are joined. There are two apparent difficulties about these teachings. Firstly, of what benefit is it to know what these uncertainties are? Secondly, the ARI himself says, and it is necessarily the case, that just as there are uncertainties relating to the unknown head, so there are uncertainties in all the other Partsufim. If so, one could ask what reason there is to call this head, specifically the unknown head, when all the rest of Atzilut is likewise unknown. We could try to answer this by saying that this one is the first, in the sense that it is in this head that the uncertainties are first born, and only thereafter are they drawn into the other Partsufim of Atzilut. However, This does not seem consistent with the clear intent of the words of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai of blessed memory. For in the Idra Zuta, Zohar, Idra Zuta 288a, it is evident that he calls this head by this name because of its tremendous greatness and glory, and this is why it is concealed. For he says, the head that does not know and is not known, that is not attached to wisdom and not to understanding. If so, all of Absolute is the same, so what special reason is there to call this head by this name? The answer is that the unknown head stands as a single governmental order, which requires it to be this way with these uncertainties. And because of its power and control, these uncertainties are also found in the other Partsufim as aspects that develop as a result. The uncertainties we are talking about are not the normal kind of uncertainties where we are in doubt about whether something is or is not the case. With regard to the uncertainties discussed in relation to the unknown head, the truth is that all the different combinations of MAH and BAN do indeed exist, even though they appear contradictory. Bearing this in mind will help you to understand why it is that the uncertainties we are discussing arise, especially all the details discussed by the ARI of blessed memory, which we could not have conceived at all. Granted, there may be matters of doubt relating to the lights and vessels of BAN and all that depends on this. But as for all the other uncertainties relating to the detailed interconnections between MAH and BAN in the unknown head, what is the reason for the uncertainty? The reason is that it is this very head itself, as far as we can have any knowledge of it at all, that causes these uncertainties. One moment, it seems one way, and another moment, it seems different. If this head were completely concealed, we could simply say in one word that its function is hidden from us, without going into detail about what it is that is uncertain. However, as I have said, the fact is that all these different and contradictory aspects can be discerned. They can only appear one after another, but they exist simultaneously. However, it is simply impossible to come to a definite conclusion and determine any one facet with absolute certainty. For as you have already heard, each governmental order is one light through seeing which it is possible to understand the governmental order or aspect in question. Now this unknown head is one kind of light traveling in the mode of running and returning. Idra Zuta 288a, in which all these different aspects can be seen, but it is impossible to gain a definite grasp of any one of them. What one sees is uncertain and without any stability, because one moment it appears one way, but on further examination it looks different. Were indeed made, for these combinations of MAH and BAN are all the different ways in which goodness can spread in order to bring evil back to good. Clearly, if a single interconnection had been missing, one repair would have been lacking, whereas everything must be repaired. On the contrary, it is the power to create different combinations that joins one thing to another detail by detail until all the different parts are joined to each other in every possible way. And the essential concealed governmental order follows them all. These combinations of MAH and BAN constitute the laws of the concealed governmental order we are discussing. Just as the revealed governmental order is made up of detailed laws, the laws of the Partsufim, and all that depends on them, these being orders sufficient to govern all that exists in every aspect of their government. Similarly, this concealed governmental order consists of detailed individual laws sufficient to govern everything within it. These laws are the combinations of MH and BAN. The difference between the concealed and revealed orders is that in the case of the latter, all its different aspects are visible individually, and we are certain that they all exist. But the different aspects of the concealed order are not known with the same certainty. Rather, its laws are known only as uncertainties. The laws, which are all the different possibilities of repair and damage, derive from all the possible combinations of MAH and BAN. What is unknown is which of the possible combinations functions and when. Seeing various kinds of pathways, we know that all these pathways exist. However, it is impossible to determine anything with certainty when looking at this head, because things keep turning into the opposite. It is impossible to formulate an all-encompassing law to explain the entire governmental order, because it depends on which roots of the creation need to be repaired, and they are unknown to us. There are ways of connecting that are opposite in nature. That is, in the way they are combined, for every element is joined with all the others. Their interconnections are thus literally the opposite of one another. Simple elements can be combined in opposite ways. Yet even so, both connections exist. That is, both of the contrary and opposite combinations. And this is not problematic, because both exist in order for each to rule over one aspect by itself. The Partsufim also have qualities deriving from one combination of Ma'H and Ba'en, and qualities from the other. Because this is the way the Partsufim are compounded, and both give rise to certain qualities in the Partsufim. However, sometimes one power and quality rules, and sometimes another. Part 2. The way these combinations rule above governs what happens in the Partsufim. As we have said, the Partsufim are bound up with these interconnections between Ma'H and Ban, which give rise to certain qualities in them. It follows that a change in the ruling combinations will lead to change in the qualities ruling in the Partsufim. However, this is not fathomable or visible in the least. In other words, this root is not known because it is not revealed. Except that when we observe the differences found in the Partsufim, for the differences are visible in the Partsufim, in various different states, and certain other changes that take place in them. For sometimes, lights and repairs are seen to hold sway in the Partsufim, and sometimes deficiencies. These are the changes in the states and functioning of the Partsufim, as discussed in the teachings of the Ari of blessed memory in connection with these uncertainties. We know that these derive from the way MAH and BAN are joined. The unknown head is the root of all this. That is, these changes derive from there. However, no one sees them for what they truly are. Because this root is not visible, it is impossible to grasp and understand their true nature. Chapter 87. The different combinations in the unknown head rule as one all the time and are unfathomable. All the deeds that have been and are being done in the world are subject to these interconnections. For anything that was not rooted here, be it a repair or damage of some kind, will not come about. All things are governed in accordance with all these combinations, depending on the deeds of the lower creations. And everything is going to be fixed in eternity. Every single thing in accordance with everything that has already been done, whether they be equivalent, contrary, or opposite to one another. Therefore, all these combinations have control all the time, and the government turns from one to the other in each thing, shifting from one aspect to another that may be similar, contrary, or opposite to the first, because the entire governmental order exists in each part, and the states of the Partsufim shift correspondingly in the mode of running and returning. And no one can understand or grasp anything except what is revealed through the order and law visible in the Partsufim. But the source of the matter lies in these combinations, and this is not revealed or known at all. Following our discussion of these interconnections in the unknown head, we must now explain their significance. This proposition consists of 3 parts. Part 1, all the deeds. All deeds are subject to these interconnections. Part 2, all things are governed. The entire governmental order follows accordingly. Part 3, therefore, all these different combinations hold sway continually. Part 1, all the deeds that have been and are being done in the world are subject to these interconnections. The mystery of God's knowledge is that it contains everything that is going to happen in the very way it will happen. For anything that was not rooted here, be it a repair or damage of some kind, will not come into being. For what is not included in this knowledge, that is, in the possibilities already prepared in the unknown head, will never come about. Part 2. All things are governed in accordance with all these combinations, depending on the deeds of the lower creations. For the governmental order always takes into account the overall totality. Thus, every new deed has an effect on all the past, all the present, and all the future. The result of that deed will never cease to exist, as I have already discussed, but is registered to exist forever and to all eternity. Thus, the way things are arranged is as follows. Every deed performed by man reaches its place here, because all of them are already here. In the unknown head are all the deeds of the past, present, and future. Here, all the different aspects, past, present, and future, are affected by this deed, because all of them are included here. Through the power of the deed's effect, the Partsufim, following the order of Atzilut, are afterwards arranged in such a way as to act in the worlds. The influence is mutual. The deed affects the unknown head, which in turn affects the Partsufim. And everything is going to be fixed in eternity. As stated above, every deed endures for the sake of the perfection destined to be revealed afterwards for the eternal delight of the souls. The souls will enjoy the perfection of the governmental order that will be revealed through that deed, every single thing, in accordance with everything that has already been done. As we have said, everything is affected by everything, whether they be equivalent, contrary, or opposite to one another. These are the three possible kinds. Part 3. Therefore, all these combinations have control all the time. In the case of the other lights in the other Partsufim of Atzilut, each one holds sway by itself in its own time. However, those in the unknown head hold sway all the time, for in every deed they are all affected simultaneously, and the government turns from one to the other in each thing, shifting from one aspect to another that may be similar, contrary, or opposite to the first. This is the uncertain appearance seen in the unknown head, for in it the government turns from aspect to aspect in all the different aspects, so that all different kinds of combinations are seen constantly. Because the entire governmental order exists in each part, and the states of the Partsufim shift correspondingly in the mode of running and returning. These different states give rise to the different qualities found in the Partsufim, as mentioned in the previous chapter. And no one can understand or grasp anything except what is revealed through the order and law visible in the Partsufim. The only grasp we have of these changes is as it is expressed in the order of the Partsufim. However, it is called the order of the unknown head, because it is from here that it derives, but this cannot be known. But the source of the matter lies in these combinations, and this is not revealed or known at all. The rule is that a branch of something that is concealed may be revealed, but the root itself always remains concealed. Chapter 88. The unknown head contains all the interconnections. The uncertainty lies in trying to grasp it. The unknown head is a single radiation containing all these interconnections of MAH and BAN. However, it is a radiation that is impossible to grasp or understand at all. Looking at it leaves one with various kinds of uncertainties, because it does not seem as if it would contain all kinds of interconnections. It is a kind of radiation that is impossible to understand. And in truth, what it contains is not apparent, because sometimes one interconnection appears to exist in it, and sometimes a different interconnection that may even be opposite to the first. Thus, although we already know that it contains all the different interconnections, the radiation itself nevertheless stands in such a way that it is impossible to understand. First, it appears one way, then differently. As a result, the way it governs is unknown. For if we were to try to follow a single thing that exists below in Atzilut and trace its root in this head, we would not be able to find our arms and legs. We would be unable to determine anything about it. First, it appears like this, then it appears like that, in such a way that it is quite impossible to understand it. This is why it is called the unknown head. This answers an apparent difficulty, because according to what we are saying, there should not be any uncertainties since it contains everything. The proposition has two parts. Part 1, the unknown head. Part 2, thus, although. Part 1, the unknown head is a single radiation containing all these interconnections of Ma and Ban. It is a light that cannot be grasped in the same way as the other lights. And this is the answer to something that may appear problematic, for it might seem as if there was no need to say that there are uncertainties about it. Should we not have said rather that it certainly contains all the interconnections? The explanation is that we are not talking about what is intrinsic in the head itself, but rather about our ability to grasp and understand it. One who attains a perception of the radiance of this head cannot determine how to understand this light. However, it is a radiation that is impossible to grasp or understand at all. That is, when looking at it. The reason is that looking at it leaves one with various kinds of uncertainties. The uncertainty is in the observer gazing at this head and its lights, because it does not seem as if it would contain all kinds of interconnections. Even though we say that it contains everything, this is not the way it appears when one looks at it. Rather, it is a kind of radiation that is impossible to understand. In other words, this is the intrinsic nature of this radiation, and in truth, what it contains is not apparent. Even what it contains is not seen at all. Even when we think we understand, we afterwards see that we have not understood it. Because sometimes one interconnection appears to exist in it, and sometimes a different interconnection that may even be opposite to the first. Part 2. Thus, although we already know that it contains all the different interconnections, the radiation itself nevertheless stands in such a way that it is impossible to understand. First, it appears one way, then differently. The apparent problem we raised above is not really a problem, because the radiation itself is one that is intrinsically unknowable. As a result, the way it governs is unknown. If you ask what is gained from this uncertainty, since we already know that this head contains everything, the answer is that it is the mode of government ruling at any specific time that we do not know. For if we were to try to follow a single thing that exists below in Atzilut and trace its root in this head, we would not be able to find our arms and legs. We would be unable to determine anything about it. We might have thought that since this head is the root of Atzilut, we should have been able to ascend from the branch Atzilut to the root, the unknown head, and thereby grasp it. However, because our perception of the root is uncertain, we are unable to grasp it. If we try to trace anything to the root, we are always left uncertain as to whether it lies on one side or another, that is, in one given interconnection or another. This is impossible to determine because it looks as if both combinations rule, yet this is certainly not the case. For everything surely has its own particular place. The entire governmental order runs through one particular aspect at any given time. It is the place in the source, the ruling combination, in which any given aspect of Atzilut is rooted, that is uncertain, because it looks as if it could be all of them. At first it looks like one thing, but on further examination it looks like something else, and it is impossible to come to a definite conclusion. First it appears like this, then it appears like that, in such a way that it is quite impossible to understand it. This is why it is called the unknown head. If nothing at all were visible in it, we would have said it is concealed. However, it is seen, but first it seems one way, and then immediately afterwards it seems different. so that no one can understand it. Chapter 89. The difference between the dew of Bedolach and the unknown head. There is a difference between the nature of the dew of Bedolach, in which all colors are seen, and the unknown head. For the dew of Bedolach is seen to contain all the colors together. However, this head appears to be one thing, and then immediately afterwards it seems to be not this but the very opposite of what we saw. It remains in this state of constant transmutation, in which the yes and the no appear at one and the same moment, yet we cannot even grasp how the yes and the no can both apply. It is simply impossible to attain any certainty about it, because sometimes it appears as if it contains the yes, and then immediately afterwards it looks as if that is not the case at all. There is a difference between the nature of the dew of Bedolach, in which all colors are seen, and the unknown head. Why this head is said to be a matter of doubt and uncertainty may still seem problematic. Why is it not like the dew of Bedolach, which contains all the colors, for the same is said about this head? The answer is as follows. For the dew of Bedolach is seen to contain all the colors together. As explained in the Zohar, it clearly contains both kindness and judgment. It is white, but a red color is visible in the white. Zohar, Idra, Rabbah, Naso, 128b. Thus, all the colors are visible in the Bedolach stone. No one color rules out another. However, here, in the unknown head, one thing rules out another. However, this head appears to be one thing, and then immediately afterwards it seems to be not this but the very opposite of what we saw. It seems as if we were mistaken in how we saw it at first, and that it is different from the way we saw it. It remains in this state of constant transmutation. This is clear, as discussed in the previous chapter, in connection with the impossibility of determining the source of the mode of government, in which the yes and the no appear at one and the same moment. These are the opposites. The one contradicts the other. Yet we cannot even grasp how the yes and the no can both apply. It is not that we are able to understand that both of these two opposites are contained in it, for that could not yet be considered an uncertainty. Rather, the uncertainty lies in the fact that first we see it in one way, but then afterwards it seems as if it was not that way at all. Accordingly, it is simply impossible to attain any certainty about it, because sometimes it appears as if it contains the yes, and then immediately afterwards it looks as if that is not the case at all. The essence of the matter is that all the interconnections stand concealed within the interior of this head. However, the head radiates through the mystery of its rulership, and this is essentially what determines the direction of the governmental order. For the power which the head exercises depends on the way it shines. The radiant splendor, Zohar, which shines forth from the light contained within the interior of the head that is not known, is what rules at any given time. However, we are unable to grasp the nature of this radiant splendor, let alone the interior light itself. The reason why we cannot understand the nature of this radiant splendor and from where it derives is that one moment it seems one way, and then it seems different, and it is therefore impossible to understand. We thus conclude that what is within is not even seen, while even that which can be perceived, that is, the radiant splendor, is also a matter of uncertainty and is not known. This is why it is called the unknown head. Chapter 90. The Partsuf of Arich Anpin. Arich Anpin is the root. The other Partsufim are branches. Arich Anpin is the first Partsuf in Atzilut and is built of Ma and Ban. Arich Anpin is the root of all the rest of Atzilut, for all the other Partsufim are literally branches of Arich Anpin, which executes its functions through them. Having discussed Atik, we must now discuss the Partsuf that comes after it, Arich Anpin. Arich Anpin is the first Partsuf in Atzilut, for the place where the 10 Sephirot of any given world start, is called the beginning, Reishit, of that world. In the case of Atzilut, this is none other than Arich Anpin, which is Keter of Atzilut. Atik, on the other hand, is not actually a part of Atzilut itself, but is considered related to Atzilut inasmuch as Atik exists for the sake of Atzilut and is clothed in and directs it, and is built of Ma, He, and Ban. For all of Atzilut is built of Ma, He, and Ban. In the case of Arich Anpin, this Ma, He, and Ban are its male and female aspects. Arich Anpin is the root of all the rest of Atzilut. The difference between Arich Anpin and the other parts of him is that each of the other parts of him is a separate branch. Even though in terms of their development they emerge from one another, the truth is that they are not branches of one another. Rather, they are all branches of Arich Anpin. Accordingly, Arich Anpin cannot be considered in the same category as the other Partsufim of Atzilut, since Arich Anpin is the root, while the others are branches of Arich. However, when speaking of Atzilut as a whole, with its root and branches, we also include Arich Anpin. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai alludes to this mystery in his words in the Idra Zuta, Zohar, Idra Zuta 288a. Only the lamp exists. For all the other Partsufim are literally branches of Arich Anpin. They are not branches of Arich Anpin merely in the way in which they seem to be branches of one another inasmuch as they emerge from one another in the developmental chain. In relation to Arich Anpin, the other Partsufim are actual branches, which executes its functions through them. For the entire governmental order is rooted in Arich Anpin, except that in order for it to be revealed, it divides into the 4 Partsufim that clothe Arich. These are called the name of Atika, Zohar Idra Zuta 288a. For this reason, Arich Anpin extends the length of the entire world, while all the other 4 Partsufim clothe Arich, Abba and Ima, to the navel, Zeir Anpin and the Nukva, from the navel and below. Accordingly, all of them are only garments on Arich Anpin. Each garment clothes only one part, but together, all of them clothe Arich Anpin completely. Chapter 91. Arich Anpin in itself functions with complete kindness, its branches with justice. There are 2 aspects to Arich Anpin. One is the way it governs with complete kindness through its own intrinsic essence. The other is the way it governs through its branches in the mode of judgment, until in the very end, everything will return to the essential nature of Arich Anpin. Having introduced the subject of Arich Anpin, let us now enter into the details. There are 2 aspects to Arich Anpin. Having said that Arich Anpin functions through its branches, we must infer that Arich has 2 aspects, because the functioning of the branches is also bound up with Arich itself. Arich thus has its own independent function without having need of its branches for this, as in exercising the attributes of the beard, tikune dikna, literally the repairs or adornments of the beard. For Arich Anpin in itself is the source of influence and many repairs which derive from the concealed governmental order of unity. In addition, Arich Anpin also functions through its branches, for the functions that we see being carried out are all functions of Arich Anpin. Since everything has a root, the functioning of the branches rooted in Arich must have a specific individual root in Arich Anpin itself, as will be discussed below. One is the way it governs with complete kindness. For Zeir Anpin also contains kindness, but includes judgment as well. However, Arich Anpin's intrinsic mode of government is all complete kindness with no judgment at all. This I is entirely right and contains no left. Zohar, Idra, Zuta, 289a. Through its own intrinsic essence. As stated above, This mode of government derives from Arich Anpin in itself, not acting through its branches. The other is the way it governs through its branches, and, that is, through their functioning in the mode of judgment. This is the whole difference. When Arich Anpin acts by itself, it is with complete kindness. However, when it acts through its branches, kindness is mixed with judgment depending on man's behavior in the lower world. Until, in the very end, everything will return to the essential nature of Arich Anpin. Since Arich Anpin is complete kindness, why should it execute justice? The intention is that since Arich Anpin is complete kindness, it will not execute justice, but its branches have the power to do so. Arich Anpin therefore uses this intermediary in order that something will exist that can execute justice, since this is not Arich's own intrinsic attribute. However, the intention is not that things should stay this way. On the contrary, since it is really Arich Anpin acting, even though at first it may appear that Arich is willing for justice to be done, the intention is that in the very end, Arich Anpin alone will rule and govern everything with kindness. Chapter 92. Zeir Anpin, justice, comes from Arich Anpin, beneficence, and is therefore entirely for good. The ultimate intention behind the entire order of the Sephirot and the way they govern is to bestow complete and perfect good in the very end. It is just that in order to reach this ultimate goal, it is necessary to go through the entire cycle until the end. The world must be governed with justice and the sinners punished in order that afterwards the goodness bestowed will be complete. The justice which is required prior to the end thus derives from the ultimate purpose itself, even though they seem contradictory. Thus, the nature of Arich and Zeir Anpin is that Arich Anpin is rooted in the mystery of complete beneficence, for Arich Anpin only bestows good. Yet even so, out of Arich emerges Zeir Anpin, which is rooted in the mystery of justice, for Zeir Anpin is born out of the intrinsic purpose of Arich Anpin itself. Having explained the intrinsic nature of Arich Anpin, we will now discuss the reason for the emergence of Zeir Anpin out of Arich Anpin. This proposition consists of two parts. Part 1, the ultimate intention. This explains how justice itself derives from the intention to bestow good. Part 2, thus the nature. This explains the purpose of Arich and Zeir Anpin accordingly. Part 1, the ultimate intention behind the entire order of the Sephirot and the way they govern. In the light of all we have discussed above, it is clear that the ultimate intention, even in the Sephirot themselves, is to bestow good. This means that even in the residue, which provides the possibility of good and evil, the ultimate goal is to bestow good in the end. Is to bestow complete and perfect good in the very end. Even though we see many harsh things in the present government of the world, the purpose is not only to bestow goodness, but to bestow complete goodness, the very opposite of the harsh judgment found now. It is just that in order to reach this ultimate goal, it is necessary to go through the entire cycle until the end. The cycle, Gilgul, of things will continue until they eventually come to rest from their cycles, for they cannot reach the state of rest in a single moment, but only through these cycles. The world must be governed with justice, and the sinners punished. It is through the punishment of the sinners that evil is removed from the world, in order that afterwards the goodness bestowed will be complete. For afterwards, all the creations will enjoy complete goodness without any shame, as discussed earlier. The justice which is required prior to the end thus derives from the ultimate purpose itself, even though they seem contradictory. This is what must be considered carefully in order to understand afterwards the various different levels and aspects of Atzilut. These are specific attributes calculated to serve the overall governmental order, as discussed earlier. Part 2. thus the nature of Arich and Zeir Anpin. In other words, the governmental order is essentially bound up with these two, as the proposition goes on to explain. For Abba and Ima are merely a continuation through which Zeir Anpin emerges out of Arich Anpin, as will be discussed below. However, the government of the worlds runs through these two, whether in the governmental mode of kindness, Arich Anpin, or in that of justice, which bestows good only on those who are good while punishing the wicked, Zeir Anpin. Is that Arich Anpin is rooted in the mystery of complete beneficence, for Arich Anpin only bestows good. Arich Anpin is as it will be in the end, when there will be only good. Thus, Arich Anpin's only purpose in all aspects is to bestow good through the mystery of the unity that brings all evil back to good. The Sephirot themselves contain this aspect of Arich Anpin clothed within Zeir Anpin in order for the world to survive. For if the governmental order had not been built on this, but instead the world had been governed only in the mode of justice through the Sephirot, it would not have been able to endure because of the wicked. Accordingly, the supreme thought prepared in advance in the Sephirot themselves not only the aspect of the line that exists everywhere, but also Arich Anpin, which is the mystery of what will be at the very end. For then the Sephirot themselves will be repaired through the path of unity which brings complete beneficence. This is the mystery of how the line purifies the residue. The line is present in each Sephirah in order to repair it in the end. In addition, there is one particular partzuf, Arich Anpin, whose function is to bring the governmental order made up of the Sephirot to a state of repair. This is the last in deed, first in thought. Yet even so, out of Arich emerges Zeir Anpin. This is clearly what happens in the chain of development, as explained in the Idrazuta Zohar. Idrazuta 292a. Zeir Anpin depends on and is unified with Atika Kadisha, Arich Anpin, which is rooted in the mystery of justice. Justice is the mystery of the as yet unpurified residue, which functions and rules in the mode of justice until the line gains sway over it, after which Zeir Anpin will turn back and bestow only good, like Arich Anpin. Thus, the attribute of judgment turns back into the attribute of mercy. For Zeir Anpin is born out of the intrinsic purpose of Arich Anpin itself. In other words, this is the way it has to be in order to attain true and complete beneficence. The residue must fulfill its function, and in the very end it will be sweetened. There will then exist what is already prepared through Arich Anpin's foresight, for he foresaw the future and made Arich for the sake of the future already repaired, as discussed above. Chapter 93. Zeir Anpin derives from Arich Anpin. The fact that justice emerges only for the sake of the bestowal of complete good mitigates that very justice itself. For after all, the purpose of the king is only to bestow good, except that justice is necessary in order to attain the bestowal of good to perfection. This would not be so if the only purpose of justice were to take vengeance upon the sinners. Thus, Arich Anpin's intrinsic existence in itself mitigates the stern judgments of Zeir Anpin through Arich's own functioning, even without intensifying its radiations over Zeir Anpin so as to remove the latter's stern judgment. Having discussed the emergence of Zeir Anpin from Arich Anpin, we will now explain what is thereby gained and how Arich Anpin mitigates the severity of Zeir Anpin. This proposition has two parts. Part 1, the fact that this explains how justice is mitigated because it stems from the ultimate purpose, the bestowal of good. Part 2, thus Arich Anpin's intrinsic existence. This explains how the severity of Zeir Anpin is accordingly mitigated through Arich Anpin. Part 1, the fact that justice emerges only for the sake of the bestowal of complete good mitigates that very justice itself. For, after all, the purpose of the king is only to bestow good. The supreme will could have chosen to govern with justice alone and nothing more. In that case, he would have had to give full power to justice on all sides, in bestowing good upon only those who justly deserve it, and in inflicting punishment. However, since the goal is only to bestow complete good, and he metes out justice only because this is necessary to bestow complete good, for if he could have done it without this, he would have done so. His intention is certainly to mitigate strict justice to the fullest possible extent. Except that justice is necessary in order to attain the bestowal of good to perfection. This would not be so if the only purpose of justice were to take vengeance upon the sinners. For in that case, the intention would have been to give full strength to justice. That is the mark of the other side. Since it only wants to harm, it gives full power to evil. But the supreme will, whose intention is to bestow good, metes out justice only because this is necessary, but the intention is to sweeten it, as stated above. Part 2. Thus, Arich Anpin's intrinsic existence in itself mitigates the stern judgments of Zeir Anpin through Arich's own functioning. All the repairs, tikkunim, found in Arich Anpin as enumerated in the Idra Rabbah are nothing but powers and modes of government specific to Arich Anpin, in the sense that Arich's mere existence and the fact that it has these repairs intrinsically brings about a mitigation in Zeir Anpin. Even without prevailing over Zeir Anpin, but merely as its root, Arich Anpin directs all aspects of Zeir Anpin towards repair, even though this is not yet visible from the side of Zeir Anpin itself, which shows manifest reproof arising out of hidden love. The ultimate purpose of the very things that exist below in Zeir Anpin, in the category of strict judgment, is only kindness, to bestow good in the end. And on the level of Arich Anpin, this is revealed. Thus, the forehead of Zeir Anpin contains 24 courts of judgment, whereas the forehead of Arich Anpin is all kindness. Zohar, Idra Rabbah, Naso 136b. Even without intensifying its radiations over Zeir Anpin so as to remove the latter's stern judgment. This refers to a different repair, tikkun, found at times when Arich Anpin removes stern judgment so that it has no power at all, as explained in connection with the mystical intentions of "and the Lord passed by," Exodus 34:6. However, this is not the main purpose of the governmental order, which requires judgment without it becoming too powerful. This is achieved through the existence of Arich Anpin, which consists of the very same aspects as Zeir Anpin, except that they are in accordance with the ultimate intention, not in accordance with the means that precedes the final goal. Chapter 94. At times, Arich Anpin removes Zeir Anpin's stern judgments entirely. In order for the world to survive, it is sometimes necessary for beneficence to prevail over justice and execute kindness, even though judgment does not warrant this. This is when the radiation of Arich Anpin prevails over Zeir Anpin and removes its strict judgments completely. Following our discussion of how Arich Anpin intrinsically mitigates the severity of Zeir Anpin, we will now explain how Arich Anpin may prevail over Zeir Anpin and remove its stern judgments entirely. This proposition consists of two parts. Part 1, in order for. This explains that, at times, it is necessary to suspend the rule of judgment. Part 2, this is when. This explains the consequent governmental relationship between Arich and Zeir Anpin. In order for the world to survive, it is sometimes necessary for beneficence to prevail over justice. Even though the Supreme Will wanted the world to be governed with justice, he saw from the beginning that the creations would be unable to endure such justice. Accordingly, he instituted as part of the governmental order that at times kindness should prevail completely and altogether suspend the rule of justice. However, this does not apply at all times, but only at certain specific times and junctures. And moreover, even this still follows the principle of justice. For the commandments are divided into two kinds. There are some commandments whose purpose is to bring about specific repairs in direct proportion to the deed, and they bring about a specific practical repair in a given area. On the other hand, there is another kind that cause a suspension of judgment, whereby Arich Anpin prevails and suspends the operation of judgment. An example of the latter is the commandment to blow the shofar. Kindness, then, rules over everything, for the effect of fulfilling such a commandment is not to bring about a specific corresponding result. Rather, everything is arranged in such a way as to be subject to this act, for a general compassion is aroused, causing everything to be repaired. And execute kindness even though judgment does not warrant this. Instead of adhering strictly to the principle that the punishment must match the deed, the reward is that kindness is aroused and operates in the way of kindness, doing good to all. Part 2. This is when the radiation of Arish Anpin prevails over Zeir Anpin. Arish Anpin radiates in Zeir Anpin at all times. However, when this radiation becomes extremely powerful, kindness rules over everything and removes its strict judgments completely. The strict judgments of Zeir Anpin then have no influence whatever, though not in the sense that Zeir Anpin remains in the category of strict judgment, while Arich Anpin acts kindly in the world. Rather, the strict judgments are not found in Zeir Anpin itself and have no power at all. This is the forehead of favor, which mitigates all the stern judgments on Shabbat or at every other time when it is awakened. Chapter 95. The skull and brain, discussed in Idra Rabbah. Arich Anpin's intrinsic government mode. The three heads, discussed in Idra Zuta, Arich's mode, in generating Zeir Anpin. Since Zeir Anpin emerges from Arich Anpin, we must therefore understand two things about Arich Anpin. The first is those aspects of Arich's government that are bound up with its own intrinsic nature, how Arich governs according to what it is in itself, in its own governmental mode of kindness. The second is Arich Anpin, as the root that generates Zeir Anpin. In connection with Arich's own intrinsic mode of government, we reckon only the skull and the brain, together with the other repairs relating to their functions in increasing the strength of kindness. But in connection with the generation of Zeir Anpin, we reckon three heads, the crown, the cavity, and the brain, and all the other repairs that generate repairs in Zeir Anpin. Having explained how Zeir Anpin emerges from and is governed by Arich Anpin, we must now discuss where the root of this government lies in Arich Anpin itself. The proposition has two parts. Part 1, since Zeir Anpin. This introductory premise states that we must understand the governmental mode with which Arich Anpin governs Zeir Anpin as something separate from Arich Anpin's own intrinsic mode of government. Part 2, in connection with Arich's. This explains where this root lies in Arich Anpin. Part 1. Since Zeir Anpin emerges from Arich Anpin, we must therefore understand two things about Arich Anpin. Every function in existence must be traced to a particular light. If it is a general function, a unique governmental mode that does not depend on some other mode, then it must be traced to a light of its own. However, if it is a governmental mode that depends on some other mode, then it must be rooted in one of the parts of the general light from which it stems. Accordingly, since in addition to Arich Anpin's intrinsic mode of government, it also generates Zeir Anpin, Arich Anpin must necessarily contain a certain aspect that is the specific root of this. The first is those aspects of Arich's government that are bound up with its own intrinsic nature, how Arich governs according to what it is in itself, in its own governmental mode of kindness. The intrinsic nature of Arich Anpin is to bestow good on all and to desire no evil whatever. Accordingly, Arich Anpin certainly contains corresponding arrangements and repairs, just as is necessarily the case in every light, depending on the governmental law instituted in it. For depending on their law of operation, the lights have many different arrangements and repairs in order to be able to execute their functions and radiate their light to all who need it. The second is Arich Anpin, as the root that generates Zer Anpin. This too requires arrangements and repairs in accordance with this law. Part 2. In connection with Arich's own intrinsic mode of government, you have already heard how the lights change their names and states depending on their functions. What is reckoned as a level on its own in one function may be considered as merely a part of a more encompassing level in some other function. On the other hand, what was included as a part of another level in one function may be reckoned as a level by itself in a different function. Thus, in connection with Arich Anpin's own intrinsic functioning, we reckon two heads, the skull and the brain, while the cavity, Avira, is considered as included in the brain. However, with regard to Arich's function of generating Zir Anpin, the cavity is considered as a head in itself, the middle head. They are the same lights. All the distinctions between them relate to their different functions. Thus, in one aspect, the lights of Arich Anpin are arranged in one order, and in a different aspect, they are arranged in a different order. We reckon only the skull and the brain. Both these aspects are mentioned in both Idras, the Idra Rabbah and Idra Zuta. The Idra Rabbah speaks only of the skull and the brain within it, mentioning the cavity only as the membrane of the concealed brain, while specifying in detail all the repairs instituted in the hairs and nose, explaining each institution individually in full. Zohar, Idra, Rabbah, Naso, 128b. On the other hand, the Idra Zuta mentions three heads and does not speak at any length about the repairs, making only brief reference to them in order to bring them under the overall premise discussed there. Zohar, Idra Zuta, 288a. The reason for this is as follows. Arich Anpin's intrinsic governmental mode of kindness, as explained above, is the foundation of all the repairs instituted in Arich, which are particular aspects of the Partsuf, the repairs, tikkunim, explained there in the Idra, all of which serve to increase the strength of kindness and sweeten the power of judgment. In this mode, we do not need to speak of three heads, but only in terms of the human form of Keter, the mystery of the indwelling influence of the higher level over the lower, and the brain contained within it, while afterwards, the rest of the human form corresponds